mob violence and intimidation inflicted on them. I'm speaking with you on Sunday, October 18th. Yet this week, Halibu First Nation launches its brand of seal oil capsules and the struggle for Mi'kmaq treaty rights. I'm Glenn Wheeler, and this is Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast about Mi'kmaq people, politics, land, and water. This is episode 155, and a thank you to listeners like Elaine Humboldt, who support us via patreon.com/Mi'kmaq Matters and via email transfer to mi'kmaq.matters@gmail.com. Below you. Later in the program, we'll be telling you about a new business venture by Halibu First Nation, seal oil capsules, coming soon to a retail outlet near you and available online. But first, a word on the moderate livelihood fishery by Mi'kmaq people in Nova Scotia and the mob violence and intimidation inflicted on them. I'm speaking with you on Sunday, October 18th. Yesterday, we got the news that a lobster pound was deliberately burned down, the latest in a series of hate crimes against Mi'kmaq that have taken place right in front of the eyes of the RCMP. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that Mi'kmaq people have a right to do what they're doing in southwest Nova Scotia, earn a moderate livelihood in their own Indigenous fishery outside the commercial fishery. Meanwhile, the federal government keeps on repeating the same refrain we've heard since the Marshall decision came down, and now they're calling for more talk. But what's needed is protection of the Mi'kmaq fishers so they can earn a livelihood right now. We all have to pay our bills. But there's no sign the feds get it. They're still trying to persuade Mi'kmaq to take money in return for not asserting their treaty rights.
Really?
This is a fight for all Mi'kmaq and for all Indigenous people. This is about racism and defending our treaties, including the Mi'kmaq Peace and Friendship Treaties. You can support Sipekne'katik fishers by PayPal or by sending an email transfer to the band. Information on the Mi'kmaq Matters Facebook page. Seals and their oil, meat, and skin are an important part of the traditional culture of Indigenous people from all over the north, from Canada to Greenland. And seal oil capsules are a popular health food product. Seal oil is one of the best sources of omega-3 fatty acids and used by people dealing with inflammatory conditions such as arthritis and Crohn's disease, as well as the prevention of heart disease and hypertension, among other uses. Now, Halibu First Nation is entering the business with its own private label seal oil capsules under the name Wasboo, spelled W-A-S, P as in Peter U, Wasboo, the Mi'kmaq word for seal. The product available soon in retail stores and online. I got the details from John Davis, General Manager of the Halibu Development Corporation. Okay, John, so we're talking about seal oil, and your location in this story is as General Manager of Halibu Development Corporation.
In Canada,
and one of your
231 calls to justice.
Here we are,
it's
hosting 231 calls to justice and still no action plan on implementation.
The event, called MMIW Takes Back Canada, is being held virtually. The video portion won't be open to the public.
Unfortunately, with every Indigenous related subject, we get nothing but hateful trolls.
Many people joining in, some using social media to create awareness in creative ways. In Calgary, Taylor Broad, City News.
And the way to make us look like we're lying is to keep doing it. You're a bunch of job molesters, we know it. That is the reason you're angry. You talk to me. You walk right up to me on the street and tell me I talk to me. What happens? A knife gets pulled on you. You ain't seen it again. No. fuck out of
that
here.
is now going into the seal oil business. So tell us about this new venture, the sale and
Why?
marketing of
Because the
seal oil
government has a
capsules.
vested interest in dehumanizing.
Tell us what the project is and what the timelines are.
Okay, sure. Well, I guess going back to a little over 3 years or so ago, we entered into some discussions with a partner around seal oil. And just for a little bit of background, as you've already stated, Halapu First Nation actually owns a group of companies, and one of those is Micmac Commercial Fisheries, or MCF, as we refer to it as. And its set of core activities is really around fishing. We own a number of fishing enterprises and licenses. I guess as MCF and I guess its a companion company, Halapu Development Corporation, really kind of kicked into high gear a few years ago. We were really looking at, where are the investment opportunities for us? And, considering fishery is a huge sector here in this province, it's certainly been a really large and really important sector in those 67 traditional Halapu communities that make up Halapu First Nation. Seal oil seemed to be a fairly logical product for us to look at. So I guess really what we've been doing, we've been taking our time with this. Like I said, we've been 3 years plus going down this road. We did undertake a fair amount of research in respect of the product, the market, and also, we wanted to find a partner really who kind of espoused, I guess, some of the core qualities of our First Nation, which is all about sustainability, environmental stewardship, and at the same time, combined with, the ability of our members to extract, living from the fishery. And again, I've already referenced, we do have quite a number of fishing enterprises. So seal oil to us at the time seemed to be a really logical first step for us to get into something whereby we could put out a processed or a manufactured product under our own label and get it directly into the marketplace and derive some a revenue stream.
Right, and so let me ask you about the partner. So the partner is a company that many people will know, Carino Fisheries, which is, I think the head office is in Dildo on the East Coast. Mm-hmm. And I think Carino is the major player in all aspects of sealing, seal oil, textiles. And so tell me how the relationship between Mi'kmaq Commercial Fisheries and Carino will work.
Well, essentially, I guess what we've done, we've entered into an agreement, and again, keeping in mind, Carino is one of a couple of major companies that are involved in all aspects of sealing in the country. So they're a large scale player as far as that goes. So again, based on our research, Carino, it's based here in Newfoundland. It's kind of in our own backyard. Essentially, what it is, it's just a partner agreement. It really focuses on a private label marketing distribution kind of an arrangement. As a First Nation, we're looking for good investment opportunities through Micmac Commercial Fisheries with low risk overall in terms of outlay of financial resources. So we provide our own private label, and we'll use that to move into both domestic and national, and at some point in time into the international marketplace as well.
And just without getting into the confidential business aspects of it, I suppose the Halapu will get so much per bottle of what is sold, because Carino, I guess, will be doing the bulk of the work, the bottling and all that, and it'll be a sort of I don't know if you call that a royalty, but so much per bottle goes to MCF.
Well, that's exactly right. And really, I guess in the business world, these kinds of arrangements are really common. Anyone that shops will see, certain brands, and right next to it there'd be a no name or some other kind of a brand, whether it be Costco or Dominion or Sobeys or whatever. So those arrangements are really, really common in the business world, and really all we've done is kind of embark on the same kind of a process. So essentially it's we're really purchasing the actual product, but we've arranged for our own label, and we've done work on our own logo, and we'll brand this as an indigenous branded product.
Yes. Now, let me ask you about that. So it's going to be called, the name of the product will be Waspu, W-A-S-P-U, Waspu, which is the Mi'kmaq word for seal. And I understand the label has been designed by Marcus Goss, a well-known artist, member of the band, and someone who many people will know. So it'll have a distinctive and attractive label. And what do you, based on your market research, who is the consumer? Is it more the health conscious person, or is it someone who, maybe their grandmother used seal oil back in the day, and it's a nostalgia type relationship? Or who is the seal oil capsule consumer, as far as you know?
Hopefully all of the above. There certainly is that traditional element to it, whereby this problem's a lot of seniors do purchase and use seal oil. But I guess what we're hoping to do is kind of tap into really the health market. The things that we really want to do, we're seal and sealing across the country, and certainly in this province, was something that was a traditional activity, of First Nations and Indigenous peoples. We believe there's a market even just specifically within First Nations. There's about, I guess, 630 bands across the country. So we believe there's a strong market just within that community. But even within the non-Indigenous, we believe that a properly marketed product would have appeal to basically across the entire spectrum in terms of age groups and demographics. So like I said, it's still certainly sold to a lot of seniors and people who can remember. I can remember as a kid taking the cod liver oil tablets, which were about 3 times the size of what we have in our bottle. And were really hard to swallow. So certainly there's that demographic, but more and more we do believe there is a really strong market certainly outside of the seniors market.
Yes. So of course, seal products they face the challenge of those protests which we've seen from time to time against sealing. A lot of it, of course, misconceived. They don't. The protests aren't at the cattle farms, but only against sealing. So, but that's a different story. But that's a reality. And do you think is there? You mentioned the international market. Of course, the EU has a ban on seal products from Canada, as I understand it. But there's an exemption for indigenous people, which is I think hard to navigate. So how do you Canada, I guess, would be no problem. And where is the international market, recognizing that there are those complications out there?
Yeah. Well, I guess the best way for me to respond to that is to really say that first and foremost, I mean, Mi'kmaq Commercial Fisheries is a company, as I've already stated, that's owned by Halton First Nation. So we are an established First Nation in this country. In this province alone, there's been continuous occupation by Indigenous peoples going back at least 8,000 years, both on the island portion and in Labrador. Going back through those eons, living off the land, whether it be forestry or, the freshwater streams, what you could take from the ocean, including seals, was all part of the traditional way of life. I guess to link that back directly to the question, we all remember, in the heyday of the protest movement 30 years ago, plus, There was a lot of misinformation. I think everyone has really moved well beyond that. Certainly, the painting ceiling industry, I think, is recognized worldwide in terms of its focus in terms of natural stewardship, and preserving the environment. Presently, there's somewhere in the range of 8 to 9 million seals, that pass by the island during the breakup.
Not an endangered species.
It's certainly not an endangered species. So even when you look at some of the traditional environmental and protest groups, I believe they've all kind of come around. And if you go on and you look at some of their own literature, they do recognize that coastal communities and certainly First Nation organizations have a traditional tie to seals and harvesting, as long as it's done sustainably, and have an inherent right to be involved in that industry. So, considering the very small number of animals that are harvested in this province alone every year, when you look at those 9 million that are out there. I don't think anyone is really going to raise up and protest what we're involved with. We're not involved in the harvesting and processing. This is really just a marketing and distribution agreement of an existing product under our own brand name. So I guess you can never say that someone is not going to protest. Maybe someone will. But for the most part, it's not something that we're really anticipating. I guess part B of your question, where do we intend to sell? And as you rightly pointed out, there are a number of restrictions and prohibitions in place in Europe and other areas. But they recognize that there's, when it comes to Indigenous organizations, there are certain conditions and things they have to take into account. So we've been working very much hand in hand with both levels of government, provincial and certainly the federal government. They've even provided us with some small scale funding. And one of the little pots of funds that we've been able to tap into is to look at the exemptions under the European Union, for example, in terms of how we would be able to get this product into the European Union. Certainly, Asia is another area where we believe there's tremendous potential. And for the most part, everyone has adopted the same kind of legislative standards, where there may be general restrictions, but for bona fide Indigenous organizations, there are ways that you can move a product into their marketplaces, and something that we're already actively exploring it. So we remain very optimistic.
Good, John. So you're about to launch, to have your unveiling. So those of us who might want to try it, how and when can they get WasBlue seal oil capsules?
Well, our launch is imminent. It's just a few days from now, end of next week. We will have it placed at minimally, I should say, at the retail level, hopefully by next week, and we'll unveil the details of that at the actual launch. We also will be ready to be able to sell the product, electronically by electronic platforms. We'll be able to go online, I guess, like any other consumer product, do your order, and we would ship to the source, to the customer. Right. So anyway, that was we had hoped to launch the product well before this, but we wanted to be able to be ready to be able to do all those things. I guess with the pandemic and the shutdown, that did delay things quite a bit. But anyway, when we launched, we didn't want to just launch the label. We wanted to be able to actually sell a product, and in just a few days we'll be well set up to be able to do that.
Right. So people will be able to Google WasBlue, WASPU, and go to the online store and use the credit card and get their cereal capsules.
That is the plan, yeah.
Yes. Well, that's great, John. Very interesting, and thanks for telling us about it, and good luck in the cereal business.
Thank you very much.
Numbers reporting 1,747 new cases, marking the 8th straight day. More than 1,000 new infections have been recorded in Ontario. 680 News Time, 1024.
You're listening to 680 News.
The host of a popular reality TV game show is defending himself against claims of racial insensitivity.
Does it make it okay? I don't know, Rachel. You tell me. That's The Bachelor host Chris Harrison in that interview with former Bachelorette star Rachel Lindsay last month, in which he appeared to defend the Bachelor contestant Rachel Kirkconnell of her past actions, many considered racially insensitive. Harrison apologized and skipped hosting the Bachelor season finale because of the fallout. Now, ABC confirms he will not host the forthcoming season of The Bachelorette. Former Bachelorettes Tayshia Adams and Caitlin Bristow will share that duty. Jennifer Lopez and Alex Rodriguez have not broken up. A brief weekend statement from the celebrity couple declares, quote, "All the reports are inaccurate. We are working through some things." You're on Pandora. Avatar has reclaimed the title of highest grossing film of all time, dethroning Avengers Endgame following a big screen re-release in China. I'm Christopher Watson, ABC News.
Since 1967, Green Park Group has built over 75,000 homes and condos. Green Park's legacy of consistency, quality, and service has not changed. Whether it's a single-family home or a condominium, Green Park has always understood that attention to detail and exceptional craftsmanship sets them apart. This is the root of the Green Park difference, which can be seen in every community and every condo built. Building all across the GTA. Visit greenparkgroup.ca.
As an entrepreneur, I always have to be ready. Ready to invest in our online presence. Ready to increase our cash flow. Ready to adapt to our new reality.
The BDC Small Business Loan is here to help you be ready for what's ahead. Get up to $100,000 with affordable terms and no application fees. It's quick, easy, and 100% online. Apply now at bdc.ca/online loan. BDC, financing, advising, smarts. Now the 680 News Business Report.
I'm Richard Southern. It's time change weekend springing ahead. This could soon, though, be a thing of the past in Ontario. Jeremy Roberts is an Ontario MPP. He has a private members bill that passed with unanimous consent last year to put the province permanently on daylight savings time. It requires, though, New York State and the province of Quebec to do the same thing. Jeremy, what's the latest on this?
Since then, we've sent a letter to both Premier Legault and Governor Cuomo in New York, asking them for a meeting and asking them to consider making this change. So the bad news first. Bad news is we haven't heard back from either of them yet. However, there is some good news. So first of all, Premier Legault was asked about this in a media interview, and he indicated he's open to the idea. And we've actually heard from a number of folks in Quebec who've written to us and said they're starting to contact their local elected officials. Down in the States, there's actually a New York State senator who has introduced a bill into the New York legislature to bring about permanent daylight savings time. Now, there's a bit of a complication in the U.S. The New York State legislature or assembly can pass a bill to do permanent daylight savings time, but they need permission from their national government, from the Congress. But there's good news there as well. A senator from Florida has just introduced legislation in the national Senate to bring about permanent daylight savings time. So lots of different moving pieces on the go, but some progress at least.
Jeremy, there's actually a big business case to scrap the time change.
There was a U.S. study that showed that when they do the fallback time change, when we move out of daylight savings time, retail takes about a 3.5% hit. And folks speculate that that's because folks get home from work, they get home from school, it's dark out, and they don't want to go out anymore.
That's Ontario MPP Jeremy Robertson at the Business Center. I'm Richard Southern.
Oh no, there's water everywhere.
Dad, a pipe broke. My poor carpet.
We need a plumber.
And fast. Roto-Rooter does plumbing. We need somebody to clean up this water. And Roto-Rooter does water cleanup.
As soon as I can find a phone in all this water, I'm calling a bunch of people.
I told you, Roto-Rooter does both. 1-800-GET-ROTO.
Wait, Roto-Rooter does plumbing?
And water cleanup? Yeah, they do both. 1-800-GET-ROTO.
What's their number?
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name. And away go troubles down the drain.
Hi, I'm Maureen Holloway. At Don Valley North Toyota, safety comes first. From Toyota Safety Sense in their vehicles to expanded safety protocol in the showroom. Plus, you can shop their entire inventory online to be extra safe. Right now, just in time for spring, get lease or finance rates as low as 0% on select models or cash saving incentives from $4,500. It's safe to say it's time to Toyota. Don Valley North, Don Valley North. Visit DonValleyNorthToyota.com.
680 News is CFTR AM Toronto at the sound of the tones. It's 10:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News. It's a Sunday, March 14th. Good morning, I'm Carl Garnish.
And I'm Christine Ritchie. Here's what's making news this hour.
Any minute now, we'll be hearing from the Premier for an update on the province's COVID-19 vaccination portal, which is set to launch tomorrow.
Ontario is reporting more than 1,000 new cases of COVID-19 for an 8th day in a row and 15 more deaths.
It's Grammy night, and the hype is real.
There's going to be musicians performing in ways that you've never seen them.
Everything we know heading into the pandemic-altered show, along with all the controversy.
An Ancaster boy who isn't able to play hockey because there are no helmets that fit over his cochlear implants will soon be able to join his friends on the ice.
The Winnipeg Jets take the rubber match against the Toronto Maple Leafs as the Raptors lose to the Hornets in Charlotte. Sports at 45.
Coming up in business, COVID has transformed our lives and the way we spend our money. We have details on a new survey from Moneris.
680 News Time, 10:31.
It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. First up your drive with Carlene Donahue.
This report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz Durham. Not much happening out there on the major routes this morning. We're in pretty good shape. We've just got smooth conditions all around. So you're good to go on all of the major routes throughout the GTA. No collisions, no delays. And city streets, they're pretty much looking the same. But if you do stumble across something in your commute that you think I should know about, give me a call at star 680. During the Mercedes-Benz Durham spring event, finance from 0% and get cash credits up to $20,000 on select models, plus special savings on demos at mercedes-benzdurham.com. Now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci. Sunny and 2 degrees right now at Pearson. Winds out of the northwest. They're getting gustier as we move through the day. It's just an uncomfortable feeling of last Sunday of winter. So that's the silver lining to this cold day. Down to -10 tonight. It's going to feel more like -15. Sunny and near +1 tomorrow. The guaranteed high today, 2 degrees. 680 News Time, 10:33.
Toronto is closing its COVID-19 vaccine booking portal today as the Ford government launches its site and call center tomorrow. Now, before it goes live, we are waiting to hear from Premier Doug Ford, who is set to provide an update on the province's vaccination plan at Queen's Park any moment.
It comes as the province is reporting more than 1,000 cases for an 8th day in a row, as well as 15 more deaths. 680's Michelle Morton joins us live with everything you need to know. Michelle.
Christine, Ontario is seeing another 1,747 new cases reported of the virus, but today's count is higher than expected due to a data catch-up process in the system, and that case count includes 13 of the variant of concern. More than 47,600 tests have been completed, finding 545 infections in Toronto, 352 in Peel, and 163 in York region. We're waiting to hear from the Premier, Health Minister, Solicitor General, and retired General Rick Hillier any minute for an update on the province's COVID-19 vaccination plan. Tomorrow, the province's online vaccine booking portal and call center are set for launch. Now, going offline tonight is the City of Toronto's online booking system at 8 o'clock to allow for for that transition to the provincial portal. Residents 80 years and older in the phase 2 priority group are eligible to receive the vaccine right now. Some family doctors started administering the AstraZeneca vaccine to people between 60 and 64 years of age in 6 regions yesterday. And starting Wednesday, the city will begin vaccinating residents born in 1941 and earlier at mass immunization clinics. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Morton.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News at 10:34. Longer days are ahead. We've officially switched to daylight saving time. And while the shift means extra hours of sun, sleep experts and police are reminding everyone to be careful, as the shift usually leads to an increase in mental health issues as well as car accidents. Now, the province is continuing to work on ending biannual clock changes. The bill to make daylight saving time permanent across Ontario actually passed through legislation in the fall. However, it will only take effect if similar changes are agreed upon in both Quebec and New York State.
680 News Time, 10:35. The 63rd annual Grammys kick off in Los Angeles tonight. 680's Mitch Burke has more on the hype and
To credit approval, visit hsbc.ca/first-home for details.
If you're on the hunt for a new truck, we'll make it easy for you. Because when it comes to performance, style, and capability, there's only one choice: Ram. During the month of Ram, you get 20% off MSRP with up to $12,950 in total discounts on select 2021 Ram 1500 Classic models. Plus, up to $3,000 in loyalty cash for select.
Who's not going to be there? The Weeknd is boycotting the show.
See your Ram dealer for details.
Better sleep starts with the right routine and right support. And with Casper's amazing sleep products, it's never been easier to reset your rest, because now their winter sale is here and you can save up to 15%.
More of the 9 gramophone she's out for tonight.
Line 1 today. The TTC says trains are not
Line
running on the
1.
young line between
Which
Shepherd
one
and
is
Bloor
that?
because of signal system installation. Shuttle buses are operating though, and regular services set to resume tomorrow morning.
the numbers are in, and officials say Toronto's first pothole blitz of the year was a big success. Mayor John Tory says 5,144 of those pesky car-crunching craters were filled yesterday. Prior to the 12-hour blitz, some 30,000 potholes had already been patched up. Each pothole cost about $25 to fix, and the city has earmarked $4.7 million this year to fill them all in.
An Ancaster boy has not been able to play ice hockey because he cannot find a helmet that can safely fit his cochlear implants. But at 680's Phil Martino tells us he's getting a helping hand from a Canadian ice hockey equipment company.
9-year-old Toma Dragicevic loves hockey.
My favorite sport, so I love it a lot.
Toma was born deaf, but he received cochlear implants at the age of 2. He would love to play ice hockey, but hasn't been able to because he can't find a helmet that allows for him to keep his technology on so he can hear on the ice. His father, also named Toma, started to do some research, and then he and his wife took to social media for help. That's when things exploded. The story reached the Leafs and their equipment manager.
He called me within 15 minutes, connected me with the local CCM rep, and they're actually coming to our house on Tuesday to do a scan of his head and custom print the helmet for him.
Dragicevic says Bauer and Warrior Hockey also offered to help.
I'm at a loss for words, to be honest, but it's truly inspiring.
The happiest person in this story is young Toma.
I don't have to play on the driveway every day. I can play in a league finally.
I'm Phil Martino. The oldest known Canadian has received her first shot of the COVID-19 vaccine. 114-year-old Phyllis Ridgway rolled up her sleeve at Sunnybrook yesterday. The hospital tweeting out a video of Ridgway getting the shot just days after her birthday. The social media post says that for Ridgway, getting the vaccine makes this the best birthday ever. And Prime Minister Trudeau replied to the tweet, calling it a touching moment.
A recent Canadian Medical Association survey finds 69% of its doctors have felt an increase in fatigue over the past year. Of the more than 1,600 practicing physicians surveyed, 65% say they have experienced anxiety around the pandemic. 62% saying concerns about vaccine rollouts are negatively affecting their mental health.
Another rough night for the Raptors, this time in Charlotte. Rob Long from Sportsnet 590 The Fan has the stinging details of the Raps' 4th loss in a row.
The short-handed Raptors dropped their fourth in a row last night, 114-104 to Charlotte, as Toronto was still without three key regulars in Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and OG Anunoby due to COVID health and safety protocols. Kyle Lowry led the way with 19 points in the loss, as the Raptors are now sitting 10th in the Eastern Conference standings. They'll have a chance tonight to bounce back as they take on the Bulls in Chicago. Sportsnet 590 The Fan has the tip-off at 9. From Sportsnet 590 The Fan, I'm Rob Wong. Coming up on 680 News, we will check the price of gas.
680 News Time, 10:39.
Weather forecast you can bank on, because if we're off by more than 3 degrees,
You could win our growing cash jackpot. The 680 News Weather Guarantee. Enter online at 680news.com.
The world has changed. Can you? At Search Kings, our experts are working with thousands of small business owners to develop strategies and creative digital solutions for the new normal. Because businesses that can adapt quickly have a strategic advantage over their competitors. As one of the largest Google Premier partners in Canada and recipient of the Google Customer Satisfaction Award, Search Kings knows how to help your business survive and thrive. You want to stand out where your customers are online? Switch to Search Kings.
Now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro says the price of gas did not change at midnight, holding just under $1.29 a liter at most GTA stations. Still to come on 680 News, we'll have traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News Time, 10:40.
first and fast.
Breaking news when it happens on 680 News.
This is Bernie HomeSafe. Did you know electrical hazards are a leading cause of fires in homes? Bernie HomeSafe's highly trained electricians can identify electrical hazards before they become an emergency. If there's smoke in your home, you hear this. If there's an
And happening now, we are following a new update from Queen's Park from Premier Doug Ford. We're going to go live to it now. And we seem to be getting a little bit of technical difficulty here. We will be checking in just a moment. 680 News Time, 10:40.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Grimucci, and I'm excited to share we now offer plant-based pepperoni. We call it Plantaroni. If you're looking for flavor, try one of our delicious plant-based creations. Make it all vegan with our dairy-free cheese and taste the plant-based difference.
680 News Time, 10:41. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Keeping an eye on the drive, here is Carlene Donahue.
This report is brought to you by Casper. Right now, we have not too much going on the major routes, but I did just get word of a disabled vehicle on the eastbound QEW at Cawthra. Right lane is blocked for the stall, so just look out for that. It's not causing a slowdown. We're actually delay-free and collision-free and construction-free throughout the GTA this morning. Make the most out of every hour of sleep with Casper mattresses, sheets, and pillows. Shop the daylight savings sales. Save up to...
And happening now, we're going to go live to Queen's Park where Premier Doug Ford getting update on the vaccination plan.
50 at 8 a.m. And we'll be accepting appointment bookings at mass immunization clinics across the province, starting with individuals aged 80 and older. I'm going to repeat that, 80 and older. But before it launches, it's critical that everyone in Ontario understands how this portal works. So let me be clear, because this could not be more important. When this launches tomorrow, it is only to book vaccine appointments for those 80 years of age or older. So if you're born in the year of 1941 or earlier, they're the only people or their loved ones booking the appointments for them. So I'll give you an example. If you're going to be 80 this year, if you're going to be 80 in September or October, November, please go online and book your appointment. If you are not 80 or older or helping somebody who is, please do not try to book an appointment. We need to take care of our elderly first. For those who are unable to go online and book an appointment, you can use our 188 number. The number is 888-999-6488. I'll repeat that. That's 888-999-6488. And we're making steady progress in our vaccination delivery plan. Today, we're over 1 million doses. Yesterday, we did over 50,000 doses. We are leading the country, bar none, compared to any other province. And make no mistake about this, we are ready. We are ready. We're ready to ramp up immediately to 150,000 vaccinations a day. We just need more vaccines, I should say. We have the capacity to do 4.8 million in a month. And we have 1.4 million coming in throughout March. So we need more vaccines. Now, we'll be ready to take questions.
There's concerns with the call-in system, the booking systems construction for the warm-up. Is that going to happen?
It's been thoroughly tested. Now we did the trials over the last couple of days. It's been seamless so far. But Jamie, it's absolutely critical. I can't emphasize this enough. It's for anyone that's born in the year 1941 or older. Please do not go online and try to book it if you're not born in 1941 or older or younger, I should say. Well, the capacity, I'll pass it over to the Solicitor General or General. Go ahead.
Premier, thank you. The online system, when it goes on, is two parts. Obviously, the online booking system itself to book a vaccination appointment, and then the customer service desk or the call center where you can also book an appointment if you cannot use the online system itself. We've gone to great lengths on that second part, particularly the customer service desk, the call center, to make sure it is robust. We've got more than 2,200 operators that will be on that center tomorrow, ready to answer calls somewhere around the capacity of 10,000 calls per hour. When we compare that to what happened in California, in Quebec, and other places, that is twice or 3 times the capacity to handle calls. So we've done the initial work. We're prepared to ramp up even further if necessary. Or if the call center doesn't get that many calls, we'll ramp back down when it's appropriate. For the online booking system, we have more than 800,000 appointments that are going to be available in that system. As the Premier said, and I'll say again, for those who are 80 years of age or older, that's what they're reserved for initially. And once we've got them all booked and worked through the system, then we will announce publicly that we'll move to a new age bracket and we'll ask them to come online and register and also book. But we've got lots of appointments to go. We have stress tested the system over the last weeks here, and including with Toronto Public Health over these past days. And since Friday, we've booked more than 15,000 appointments for Toronto Public Health using the online booking system. It was done without a flaw. We are fairly confident. We are confident in the system itself, but we all know that in many places there are some hiccups, and sometimes the systems go down for a while. And if it does go down for a while, we'll fix it and get it back up. But while it is down, there will not be a single empty chair in a vaccination clinic. The clinics are full out for this next week and a half to 10 days. There will not be a single empty seat as a result of that. Most of the public health units and hospitals have some kind of system themselves, online booking or call centers. That's a great redundancy to have for a week to 2 weeks while we bring the online system in place. And so we've got a capability there to keep the vaccination appointments going. And we've got so many booked already, we won't miss a single one. So if it does have a hiccup, if we do have a bump in the road, our commitment will be that on the other side of the bump, after we fix it, it'll be better than it is on this side of the bump. But a lot of work has gone into this, literally hundreds and hundreds of people making sure it's the best possible system for the people of Ontario. Thank you.
And this next question becomes more strong, so we go from there. I want to ask, why is Quebec so much further along vaccination season in Montreal? Should we have focused solely on age from the start?
Well, before I pass this over to the Minister of Health or the Solicitor General, our priority was to make sure that we have long-term care vaccinated, not only the residents there, but the staff. And anyone who wanted a vaccine, especially the first dose, they're done 100%. We're 99% done on the second dose as well, and we have a greater population. We're still out vaccinating Quebec by far. And we're going to continue doing that. So we're on a roll. We're ready. There's no one in the country that has the capacity of 150,000 a day. And I just want to clarify something for the media. They look at the chart and they see 443,000 in the freezer. I'm going to break that down for you. Out of the 443, AstraZeneca was within that. 160,000, as everyone knows, that's spread out throughout the pharmacies. We have another 160,000 Moderna that arrived yesterday, and that leaves approximately 120,000. Do the math, we're doing about 50,000 a day. So we need more vaccines. Our total capacity in a month is 4.8 million. I'm going to repeat that, 4.8 million. And so far we're seeing about 1.4 million. So we're at about 25% right now of the capacity that we could, that we're capable of doing.
The second question she asked, with Solon Hot, you had an apology and I'm sure you have a different apology to say, but what was it?
Well, I just called him up. I like Saul. I've had him in my office before. We get along quite well. Folks, so let's keep in mind, we're two political parties. A lot of stuff goes on in the legislature. Sometimes it gets personal. I apologize that I got a little personal there. My job is defend our party, defend my minister when he's not there. But we're going to do, we have an incredible relationship with the Indigenous community. I have an incredible relationship with Chief Roseanne Archibald. I talk to her frequently, and we get along so well, along with all the chiefs, and I get along well with Saul. Things are said. We move forward. I apologized, and let's move forward. And the thing is, with Saul and I, we both want the same thing. We want to make sure the First Nations community, Indigenous community, is represented, and we want to make sure everyone gets vaccines. So on that note, we're on the same page, but let's not forget, we're from two separate political parties. And there's a lot of politics that get played day in and day out in the ledge over there. And I like Saul. I'll have him in my office, and we're going to work together to do everything we can for the First Nations community. And I'm going to continue working with Chief Archibald. And I got to give a shout out to Greg Rickford. As I told Saul, I can't think of any other government that has done more for the Indigenous community than this government. We're going to continue doing that. We're going to work side by side with Saul and other folks throughout our province. And I just want to give Greg Rickford a shout out and the Regional Chief Roseanne Archibald. I think the world of her.
David, this comes from William Campbell, Global. Why do we need this portal, the bridge portal, to municipalities that are already going on that conduct their own vaccination programs, including training doctors or contracting locations?
Well, we want to standardize it, but I want to thank all the PHUs that jumped ahead of this. And always having a backup. They're doing a great job. And we're just so fortunate that so far, through their support, through the leadership of the PHUs, the hospitals, the paramedics, mobile units, mass vaccination centers, and especially the three people standing behind me, the two ministers and the general, they've shown incredible leadership with the task force. And we're pumping these out. Folks, I'm going to repeat this again. We are ready. We have the infrastructure. We have the people. Now we need the vaccines. It's as simple as that. And I know the federal government's trying. They're doing their best. All I'm just pointing out is we just don't have enough vaccines. Simple as that.
Second question from William Campbell. Has the province put its yearly order for influenza shots? If so, how much coverage does the province apply for? And will there be enough if more people are going to be vaccinated due to the concerns around ongoing?
Yeah, I'm going to pass this to the Minister of Health. I want to give the Minister of Health a real shout out. Minister Elliott did an incredible job on the last flu shots, but we set a record again. 6 million people got their flu shots, so that's all due to her leadership. So I'll pass it over to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Premier. And yes, we have to order the flu shots well in advance. And based on this year's capacity, over 6 million flu shots delivered, we've added a significant extra capacity for next year on the assumption that people are paying attention to this. We had very few cases of flu this year, partly because of people getting the shot, partly because people continuing to follow public health measures. But we anticipate that there will be even more people next year that want to receive the flu shot, and so we've ordered accordingly.
I'm not sure this question is really too. How many of today's cases can be attributed to the data error that we're to? And this comes from Justice Cross.
Well, there was a data error, and so the cases are higher than, they appear higher than they would normally be due to that reclassification. So we expect that it would be several hundred cases fewer in actual fact, but there was that reclassification that was done.
So what is the accurate?
We don't have the accurate number from that. That will be determined later on when we understand exactly the data classification that was done, but we can certainly provide you with that.
Okay, and this is from Dennis Golden. I don't know if it will too, but when do you anticipate you'll be able to move ahead to the next stage bracket, 758 bracket?
Thank you for that question. And as you know, we're starting province-wide tomorrow for 80-plus-year-olds. Almost every single public health unit has already been concurrently with the priorities from phase 1, vaccinating 80-plus-year-olds. Some of the public health units don't have their own online booking system or call centers, and that's one of the reasons we needed a provincial system for both things, call center and an online booking system, but also for preparation for things in the future. The province needed that kind of system. Based on the numbers going through, I would simply say somewhere early in April, we will be calling forward 75-year-olds and upwards. Faster if we get more vaccines rolling in and can get them into the arms of people. And as the Premier said several times, and I agree with him, and say also, we've got a machine here that is turning on literally as we speak, with clinics starting in, mass vaccination clinics starting in Toronto this week, more in Peel, in Dufferin, and quite literally right around the province, so that by the end of this coming week, early next week, we'll have more than 100 mass vaccination clinics across the province, plus the pharmacies putting vaccinations through, plus family doctors putting vaccinations through. We can get through the 80-plus-year-olds really quickly. So many have been done already in the long-term care homes, in retirement homes, and also in the communities over this past several weeks. So we're guessing, we're planning for early April, and what we will do as soon as we start to see the capacity in our pipeline greater than the number of 80-year-olds that we have to get vaccines to, we will begin calling forward that next bracket to register and book an appointment. So hopefully early April.
And this comes from Captain Ford. What is the plan to vaccinate people in factories and warehouses? Who's responsible for mail, food, and regular food? We are seeing outbreaks occur in recent facilities, and most recently at Amazon. Is there a plan? Are they getting those people being moved up in priority list?
We've got the priority list laid out, as the Government of Ontario has told us to do, for phase 1 and phase 2, age plus risk. And slightly down that list are the essential workers of Ontario who look after us, who bring us our food, who look after all the things that keep our society going. And so the plan for them is that they will be included in either mass vaccination clinics or else in pharmacy channels as they roll through, or in some of the public health units, perhaps many, private companies volunteering to set up a mass vaccination clinic in their own factories, using their own occupational health personnel to do the vaccine and look after their workers when their turn comes, perhaps look after the workers plus their families, and perhaps even look after the workers plus their families, plus the people in the neighborhood around when their time comes. So they are would be part of the essential workers, and we have not gotten to them yet, and certainly we're still not even past 80-year-olds yet, and won't be, as I said, till early April. So it'll be a while yet.
It's so reliable, especially people who do food and almost. Should they not be pushed up to the premier and the scale of Amazon, especially on water?
So the task force is laid out their priorities, and I agree 100% with the task force. We want to make sure that we take care of the most vulnerable, most elderly within our province. We've seen long-term care, basically with mortality, has gone down to zero numerous days. You might see the odd one, but it's amazing that now we're down to zero. You look at ICU capacity, every day I look at it, it's roughly about 280-ish, and hospitalization, keeping stable, but that doesn't mean we get to go out there and, go hog wild. We have to make sure we follow the protocols and be super, super cautious. But the really good news here, Jamie, is that we are ready. We were just briefed. We get briefed every day. I was just briefed for an hour in there, and I can't begin to tell you how well organized the team is right across the province. And it's not about 4 or 5 people or 10 people. It's about the thousands and thousands of frontline healthcare workers putting the needles into your arms, the pharmacists helping out putting needles into your arms. The logistics is staggering, and that's why you got to pull me off the ceiling when we try to compare us with small provinces. And I love the provinces, let's say of 1 million or 2 million or 200,000. We're a massive province logistically, equal to Quebec. Quebec's a little larger, but we have double the amount of people, double the amount of seniors, pretty well double on all fronts. And the logistics is just unbelievable. They've done an incredible job, absolutely incredible job over the last few weeks. There's one thing. As I keep saying, we need vaccines. And there, again, the federal government's working hard. They're doing everything we can. But again, the numbers, 1.4 million we have capacity of 4.8 million. And so we need to get it, and we'll start ramping it up. But it's a well-organized machine, and we are ready, 100% ready.
And this is the last question. It comes from Daniel Reagan, Cindy Morgan. First part is seniors with red and white will not be open cards. They're having problems looking online. Is there an alternative for them? And how can we look at that? We also make the same question, but a lot of seniors are visibly seen what they perceive as lying company. So when a person becomes compromised, how do you tell the difference between a person that says they might have they have sensitive to allergies and therefore they as opposed to a person that's in the process of chemo? How are you going to separate the two?
Well, I'm gonna pass this over to the Minister of Health, but anyone going online, I'm gonna repeat this number again. It's 888-999-6488. That's 888-999-6488. Call has a capacity of 87,000. As a general saying, I'm sure these lines are going to get tied up, but let's put this into perspective. California has 40 million people. They had 1,000 agents. We have close to 15 million people. We have 2,200. Quebec has 8.5 million people. They have 600 agents. So we have ramped up on all fronts. All fronts. I'll pass it over to Minister of Health.
Well, people that have a red and white card cannot book online, but they can certainly call the customer service line and they can book through that. So there shouldn't be any concerns about people with the old red and white card making sure that they can get an appointment. That will have to be done over the phone. With respect to the issue of people queue jumping because of physical conditions, we anticipate that most people that have significant physical conditions will be contacted by their family doctor through primary care, and that they will then be able to go into their physician's office or nurse practitioners, whatever it happens to be, to receive their vaccine. And that should significantly cut down on any allegations of queue jumping, because we want people who are in line that are of the age of 80 or older to be able to get there and get in first, because we know that age is the greatest risk factor, and that's what we're concentrating on now with our system that is fully ready to go. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, everyone.
And we are just finishing up here with this presser with Premier Doug Ford, Health Minister Christine Elliott, as well as retired General Rick Hilliard, who is leading up the vaccine task force for the province. A few things that we did learn: the province sent with a booking number as it launched its site tomorrow. The provincial booking number is 1-888-999-6488. We are learning that from the Premier, he thinks that we are ready to ramp up vaccinations to about 150,000 a day. He says the capacity for the province is 4.8 million in a month. Stay with 680 News. We're going to continue our coverage now.
And we now head over to 680's Michelle Morton, who joins us live now with more details. Michelle.
Some welcome news for Ontarians who have loved ones 80 years of age and older. Ontario's online vaccine booking portal and call center will be live tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, taking appointments for mass immunization clinics across the province. Premier Doug Ford calls this a milestone.
So if you're born in the year of 1941 or earlier, they're the only people or their loved ones booking the appointments for them. So I'll give you an example. If you're going to be 80 this year, if you're going to be 80 in September or October, November, please go online and book your appointment.
If you can't go online to book an appointment for those in the Phase 2 priority group, you can call the Provincial Vaccine Information Line number at 1-888-999-6488 tomorrow. The City of Toronto's online booking system will be moving offline at 8 o'clock tonight to allow for that transition to the provincial portal. Now, in 6 regions yesterday, some family doctors started administering the AstraZeneca vaccine to people between 60 and 64 years of age. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Morton.
And Ontario is reporting 15 additional deaths and more than 1,700 new cases of COVID-19 today. Provincial officials say 1,747 new cases have been reported, marking the 8th straight day more than 1,000 new infections have been reported. Here in Toronto, we saw 545 new cases. In Peel region, 352 more people testing positive. And in York region, 163 new cases. Officials caution today's case count is higher than expected due to a data catch-up process in the system.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News at 11:05. This portion of the news brought to you by Appliance Canada. Canada will be well represented at the Grammys tonight, even as tensions remain high between the best-known musicians and the Accordion Academy. And according to 680's Mitch Burke, there is a lot to learn about this pandemic-altered show.
Beyonce needs to win 4 of the 9 Gramophones she is up for tonight to become the most awarded woman in Grammy history. But history could also repeat itself, and she gets shut out of winning a top title, something that happens time and time again for so many Black artists. The Weeknd didn't even get nominated, and now he is boycotting the Grammys for good. As for the show itself, host Trevor Noah is trying to turn a new page, and he's setting a pretty high bar.
It's just music. It keeps on moving. It keeps bouncing around. Every type of music, every artist that you love, it doesn't sit still for long.
Dua Lipa, Harry Styles, and Taylor Swift are just some of the big performers from several different stages in downtown LA. Canadians are in the running for more than a quarter of the 84 categories. The Grammys are tonight at 8 o'clock on City TV. I'm Mitch Burke.
680 News Time, 11:07. Feeling a little groggy this morning. The clock jumped ahead, of course, overnight to daylight saving time, and there's a ripple effect in the days after losing those precious 60 minutes in bed. That, according to sleep experts. Dr. Jade Wu says it takes a toll on people's mental health and shows in greater rates of depression symptoms and emergency visits.
There are actually higher numbers of fatal car accidents, heart attacks and strokes. Health problems and performance problems are in part due to us losing hours of sleep in the few days following the transition.
And Toronto police warning people sitting in the driver's seat to be careful because of the link to more crashes on the road. This year might be the last time, though, we see the hour hand change in Ontario. An MPP in Ottawa area introduced a members' bill last year that would see the time change scratched, leaving us in daylight saving time. The bill passed the legislature with unanimous support, but the bill requires Quebec and New York State to scrap time change as well. No word yet from Premier François Legault or Governor Andrew Cuomo. We'll have to stay tuned for that. 680 News Time, 11:08.
And medical professionals are working to dispel myths about COVID-19. We get more from Malia Sheikh of City News.
Black medical professionals from across the country took part in a town hall, hoping to dispel myths and create an open dialogue with regular Black Canadians. Some of the questions they received were full of fear.
Is this an experiment? Will this give me COVID-19? Is this a way to inject HIV and AIDS into my system?
Black people make up 9% of Toronto's population, but according to city data, the highest rates of COVID-19 are in their community at 26%.
We find that individuals who have expressed these fears, particularly in the Black community, may have a hesitancy to take a vaccine in 2021.
The city has also developed a Black scientist task force on vaccine equity. Their goal is to reduce the risk of transmission as well as hospitalization. In Toronto, Malia Sheikh, City News.
Coming up in 30 seconds, we'll take a look at gas prices.
680 News Time, 11:09.
This is 680 News.
Express your home in a whole new way with KitchenAid appliances and 8 thoughtful colors for less. Until March 31st at Appliance Canada, cook up the savings with KitchenAid during the Buy More, Save More event. Buy 3 qualifying appliances and save $300. Buy 4, save $500. Buy 5 or more, save $750. Plus, get accents to mix and match. Appliance Canada, yet another way we are here for your home, for your life. Visit appliancecanada.com.
Now, the 680 News gas price update. Empro says the price of gas stayed the same at midnight, holding at $1.28.9 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up in 60 seconds, a look at your traffic and the weather forecast. 680 News Time, 11:10.
The world needs more friends, now more than ever. With TELUS, friendly means becoming part of something bigger. Using technology for good, we'll help make our world a better place by making healthcare more accessible, creating a safer food supply, and connecting Canadians in need to what matters most. So let's make the future friendly together. Join us at TELUS.com/social impact.
Don't miss the $1 million bonus prize in the Princess Margaret Home Lottery, a luxury condo in downtown Toronto built by Green Park Group. Awarded fully furnished and professionally decorated, truly a place to call home. Plus, bank $25,000 cash. It's one big prize after another. Homes, cottages, condos, and so much more. The bonus deadline is Friday, March 26th. Tickets at princessmargaretlotto.com.
680 News Time, 11:11. Now with a look at traffic, here's Carly Donahue.
This report is brought to you by Friday Harbor. Right now, we don't have any active incidents on any of the major routes. Everything is up to speed. Actually, we do have a stalled vehicle eastbound on the QEW at Cawthra. There's a right lane blocked off, not causing a delay. We are delay-free throughout the GTA right now, and other than that stalled vehicle, nothing else is going to impact your drive. Get away to Friday Harbor and get back to the things you love. Enjoy winter safely from the comfort of 600 acres of nature. Friday Harbor, come for the day of a lifetime. Friday, I'm in love. Now let's look at the forecast. Here is Denise Andriacci.
3 degrees downtown and at Pearson. The winds are strong out of the north-northwest. They're sustained right now at about 40 kilometers an hour. That's an uncomfortable feeling for sure. We're down to -10 tonight. It's going to feel cooler than that when you factor in the wind chill. So Monday morning, you'll want to dress for some wind chills in the -teens. Through the day, it won't feel that cold. We'll have some sunshine, but highs only near +1 tomorrow. The average this time of year is 5 degrees. The guaranteed high today, 2.
680 News Time, 11:12. Uber is proposing to make a big shift in its Canadian business model. It plans to ask the provinces to make regulatory changes that would require app-based gig employers to offer their workers benefits. The proposal will not take away the flexibility of Uber's longtime independent contractor model by making drivers and couriers traditional employees. Currently, Uber drivers and couriers pick up riders or orders as they please, but are not offered health insurance, vacation time, or other perks. Still to come on 680 News, stateside, Florida's beaches are packed as students celebrate spring break during a pandemic. 680 News Time, 11:13.
Bayview Wellington Homes, Green Valley East is Bradford's most successful new home community, and it's getting even better. Phase 2 opens this spring and is now accepting registrations. Choose from freehold townhomes, semis and detached homes with conservation lots up to 160 feet deep. The serenity of nature comes together with the easygoing lifestyle of Bradford to create a charming community unlike any other. To receive first access to Phase 2, register today at greenvalleyestates.ca.
As an entrepreneur, I always have to be ready. Ready to invest in our online presence, ready to increase our cash flow, ready to adapt to our new reality.
The BDC Small Business Loan is here to help you be ready for what's ahead. Get up to $100,000 with affordable terms and no application fees. It's quick, easy, and 100% online. Apply now at bdc.ca/online loan. BDC, financing, advising, smarts.
Toronto's news now. This is 680 News.
It's 3 degrees, feeling like a -3 with a few clouds. Good morning, I'm Christy Ritchie. Here are the top stories this hour. Premier Ford speaking from Queen's Park this morning as Ontario prepares to launch its COVID-19 booking portal tomorrow. Ford emphasizing that only those 80 and older should go on the site to book right now. There are some 800,000 spots available, and if you don't have a computer, you can call 888-999-6488 to book an appointment. That number again, 888-999-6488. And Ontario is reporting 1,747 new cases of COVID-19 today, marking the 8th straight day more than 1,000 new infections have been reported, and 15 more people died from the virus. So how do you feel this morning? Our clocks have sprung forward for daylight saving time. Sleep experts warn the transition leaves many people tired, and it could take a few days to adjust. Sleep doctors saying it even takes a toll on people's mental health, which comes as the province is trying to end the semi-annual clock changes. 680 News Time, 11:15. Time now for 680 Sports Phone, Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Rob Long.
The Maple Leafs lost a 5-2 decision to the Jets at home as Winnipeg took 2 of 3 games from Toronto. Head coach Sheldon Keefe says the Jets forwards made his team pay.
It's as deep or the deepest forward group that we've seen in the division. And just they got game breakers. You make mistakes, they make you pay for them. I don't think in the first 2 games we made many mistakes, but when we did, they capitalized.
Toronto got goals from William Nylander and Jake Muzzin. They're back on the ice tonight in Ottawa. Face off at 7 on Sportsnet. 2 other games in the Canadian division. Calgary clipped Montreal 3-1, and the Oilers lost in Vancouver 2-1. The Raptors dropped their 4th in a row after a 114-104 loss in Charlotte. Toronto was once again without Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and OG Anunoby. The 3 players are expected to be out tonight because of health and safety protocols when they visit Chicago. Sportsnet 590 The Fan has the tip-off at 9. It's Championship Sunday at the Briar. Saskatchewan and Alberta will square off in the semifinal at 2:30. The winners head to tonight's final against Kevin Cooey's Wildcard 2 team at 8:30. And in golf, Lee Westwood sits at 13 under par, 2 shots up on Bryson DeChambeau going into the final round of the Players' Championship. Corey Connors is the top Canuck at 4 under par. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 11:17.
There are many reasons to shop at Alexanian. Here's reason number 8. The largest selection of waterproof flooring. Come in now for great savings on all waterproof flooring starting from $2.99 a square foot, including waterproof laminate, waterproof luxury vinyl, and our latest addition, beautiful waterproof hardwood in a variety of styles. Plus, do not pay for 1 full year OAC. If you're looking for waterproof flooring, Alexanian has you covered. Visit alexanian.com for the location nearest you.
Protect yourself, protect your family, and protect the ones around you. SafetyMasks.ca is your one source for personal protective equipment. Now available, a 50-pack of daily protective masks for only $9.95 plus tax. SafetyMasks.ca has everything you need in stock with free next-day shipping. With quick, easy, and convenient PPE solutions sent straight to your door. From safety masks to gloves, hand sanitizer, disinfecting wipes, and gowns. Order online at SafetyMasks.ca. That's SafetyMasks.ca.
680 News Time 11:18 at Montreal Woman has created the first ever online support system to assist anyone who has been through harassment, discrimination, or any other misconduct in the workplace.
Rutika launched Butler AI in 2017 in the heart of the Me Too movement in response to the workplace and social media stalking that she had been experiencing for half a year.
Butler will go through a series of trauma-informed questions to ask more information about this.
680 News Time 11:18. Stateside now, officials on alert as college students travel for spring break.
A strong police presence here in South Florida, including Fort Lauderdale Beach, as the spring break crowds make their way. Officers mostly ensuring people are following safety guidelines, and while it's not as packed as we'd normally see this time of year, more travelers are expected to arrive in the coming days. Some popular venues like the Wharf changing rules to effectively ban that crowd by making the age requirement 23 and up for anyone with an out-of-state ID. Health officials reported 5,200 new coronavirus cases Saturday. Lionel Moise, ABC News, Miami.
One of the most marvelous middleweights in boxing history has died.
In the 1980s, marvelous Marvin Hagler was part of a golden era of middleweights, along with Tommy Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, and Roberto Duran. But it was his fight with Hitman Hearns in 1985 that was one for the ages.
There's a lot of blood early on here. There's been no boxing at all, just fighting.
2 years later, he lost to Leonard in a fight Hagler thought he won.
I beat him, and he knows it. I knew it was too close. I told you about Vegas.
After the loss, he never fought again. Hagler was the undisputed middleweight champ from 1980 to 87.
I had to fight hard in life and in the ring.
Marvin Hagler was 66. Todd at ABC News.
Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones, and
a dystopian dating sci-fi gone wrong in a documentary about the world's most famous anthropologists entered the 680 News must-watch this week.
680 News Time 11:20.
Love the thrill of a real mystery? Then you'll love the podcasts available from CBC, like Brainwashed.
Their objective was to wipe my memory.
Evil by Design.
Peter Nygaard is the most prolific sexual offender to date.
Uncover Escaping Nexium.
What is mind control? Was it possible that someone could control someone else's mind?
And someone knows something.
There was a scream and felt like that.
Listen to critically acclaimed true crime podcasts from CBC. Available now on CBC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
Employers wanted. Are you an employer with immediate vacancies but need assistance to find and hire staff? Call the staffing experts. Achieve Employment Services can help you find, hire, and keep your staff. Get access to a full range of recruitment resources, including no-cost job postings and hiring incentives. Register online today at achev.ca/employer. That's achev.ca/employer. Coordinated by Achieve Employment Services and funded by Employment Ontario.
11:21. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carly Donahue.
This report is brought to you by the Gloucester on Yonge. Right now, everything is smooth sailing on the major routes throughout the GTA. We are delay-free, collision-free, construction-free, not even so much as a stalled vehicle reported at this time. We did have a stall on the eastbound QEW at Cothra. That has been towed away. Looking at city streets, it's all clear as well. No reports of collisions or anything, just long-term construction. Located in a prime downtown location along Yonge Street with direct access to the subway, the Gloucester on Yonge is Concord's latest condo project. Visit theglousteronyoung.com for more info. Your next report's at 11:31 with the forecast. Here's Denise Andriacci. A gusty northwest wind, partly cloudy, and 3 at Pearson, down to -10 tonight. It's going to feel uncomfortable tomorrow morning with wind chills in the minus teens. Sunshine for Monday, highs only near +1. It looks like an active weather day Tuesday. We'll have some flurries mixed with rain at times. It will be temperature dependent. The precipitation that we see, definitely starting off as flurries as temps will be cold in the morning. The guaranteed high today, 2 degrees.
Okay, you know what? That was really good. I just need you to try one a little lower.
Okay. HSBC is offering a low mortgage rate. It's one of
lower.
It's one of Canada's lowest mortgage rates.
Even lower.
Get 0.99% APR on a 5-year variable closed-term high-ratio mortgage.
Wow, that is low.
HSBC Bank. Together we thrive.
Rates subject to change without notice. A high-ratio mortgage is a personal mortgage with a down payment of less than 20% of the purchase price. Applications are subject to credit approval. Visit hsbc.ca/firsthome for details.
Coming up at 11:30, the latest on Premier Ford speaking from Queen's Park this morning as the province prepares to launch its COVID-19 vaccine booking portal tomorrow. Ford pleading that only those 80 and older should go on the portal to book right now. And for those seniors who don't have access to a computer, there is a phone number to call. It's 888-999-6488. That's 888-999-6488. 680 News Time, 11:23.
When you need to know. Breaking news. Premier Doug Ford says that includes a stay-at-home order effective 12:01 a.m. Thursday. Traffic.
You only have the left lane getting by this crash. It's involving at least a couple tractor trailers. Weather. This could be an area where we do see some freezing rain, in addition to a bit of a mix across the GTA.
When you need to know.
We're here.
This is 680 News.
Looking to have a lazy Sunday and binge some shows or movies? 680's James Mackin has you covered.
If you're missing dark sci-fi like Black Mirror, Netflix has a new series just for you.
This will change relationships and dating forever. They won't ever be the same again.
The One is the newest British drama from the streaming giant. It's about a new dating service called Match DNA that with a single strand of your hair can find the loved one for you. However, dead bodies keep turning up around the CEO, played by Hannah Ware. If you're looking for something a little lighter, perhaps the latest offering from Disney Plus and National Geographic is for you.
The more I learn, the more I realize how life must be.
Jane is a documentary breaking down the life, career, and legacy of Jane Goodall. Both Jane and The One are out now. For more things to watch at 680news.com. With the Must Watch, I'm James Mackin.
A champion will be crowned today at the Briar in Calgary.
Just 3 teams remain at the Tim Hortons Briar. Kevin Cooey's wildcard Brink have the best record through pool play, so they're straight through to the final. That gives Cooey a shot at history. With a win, he would become the first man to skip a team to 5 Briar titles. He currently shares the record with 3 others at 4. Before the final, we'll have the semi at 2:30 between Alberta and Saskatchewan. Alberta, skipped by Brendan Botcher, are looking to improve on last year's silver medal, while Matt Dunstone, Saskatchewan rank, are also guaranteed a medal for the 2nd straight year. They picked up the bronze last year. For Sportsnet 590 The Fan, I'm Brent Gunning.
A recent Canadian Medical Association survey finds that 69% of its doctors have felt an increase in fatigue over the past year. Of the more than 1,600 practicing physicians surveyed, 65% say they have experienced anxiety around the pandemic. Coming up in 60 seconds, the Business Report.
Make the most out of every hour of sleep with Casper's supremely comfortable mattresses, sheets, and pillows. Setting yourself up for better rest has never been easier. Casper's Daylight Savings Sale is here, and you can save up to 15% on everything you need. Only Casper mattresses are made with up to 86 supportive gel pods to align your spine and eliminate aches and pains. Casper is also the official sleep partner of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Shop the Daylight Savings Sale and enjoy up to 15% off your bedroom essentials at casper.ca. Exclusions may apply. See casper.ca/promo for details and end date.
When you run a business, you run with unknowns. You run with quick decisions and plans made up along the way. You run a path only you create. And when you find the right tools, the future is yours to shape. From payments to point of sale, shape the future of your business at Square.ca. Square, the shape of things to come.
Now the Business Report.
Unlike Apple, if you are in the mortgage market, record low borrowing costs may be in the rearview mirror. The big banks have been raising fixed mortgage rates, and they might continue to climb after the recent better-than-expected performance from the economy. James Laird is the co-founder of RateHub.ca.
What the mortgage lenders are reacting to, the 5-year bond yield, which is the main input into a 5-year fixed-rate mortgage in this country, is up about 0.5 percentage point over the summer low. What we saw last week is mortgage lenders moved up about 0.25 point, and now this week they're moving up the other 0.25 point that they hadn't yet moved to make up that difference caused by the increasing bond yield. So if you're thinking about doing something with your mortgage, for example, if you're in a variable rate and you want to walk into a fixed rate, you should call your mortgage provider right away this week because rates are on the move. If you're thinking about purchasing a property in the spring market, getting a pre-approval is an excellent idea because they hold today's rates for up to 120 days.
And as for variable rates, well, they're holding steady for the time being.
And if you're getting a new mortgage today, the gap between variable and fixed is widening. That'll cause more demand for variable rates. The lower the variable rate is versus today's fixed rates, the more people take the increased risk of a variable rate.
Now, the Bank of Canada this week did keep its benchmark interest rate steady, but Laird believes the central bank may be signaling something much different with its next update.
They're going to have to react to the economic data that they're getting, this quarter, next quarter, the quarter after. If the economy continues to recover, if a vaccine does truly mean the end of the lockdown and the sort of pandemic as we know it today, I think it's very likely that they react to that changing environment.
James Laird, co-founder of RateHub.ca. And at the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
Hi, I'm Marina Malafani from Nature's Emporium with our president, Joe DeVio. Joe, what's different with Service of Nature's?
We have knowledgeable and caring staff in every department to help you through these unprecedented days. Our team works around the clock to ensure the shelves are stocked, health questions are answered, and curbside orders are fulfilled 7 days a week. Also, we will have a full-service online store coming real soon to help you eat well and live better.
Visit one of our 4 locations, naturesemporium.com.
Today's showstopper at TSC is the Vitamix Explorian Blender with a 1.4-liter container plus an extra 32-ounce container for dry ingredients, so you can explore healthy, whole food recipes from appetizers to small family meals to delicious desserts. Regularly $645.90. Today only it's just $459.95 or 12 interest-free easy pay payments of $38.33, and shipping is free. Shop TSC.ca. Today's shopping choice.
680 News is CFDR AM Toronto. It's 11:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
This is Sunday, March 14th. Good morning. I'm Carl Garnish.
And I'm Christine Ritchie. Here's what's making news this hour.
We are ready.
Those words from Premier Doug Ford as the province's online COVID-19 vaccine booking portal and call center are set to launch tomorrow.
Ontario is reporting more than 1,000 new cases of COVID-19 for an 8th day in a row and 15 more deaths.
The Grammys are tonight, and it's not going to be another Zoom fest.
This is what you want to be watching.
A preview of music's biggest night is just ahead.
The Toronto Maple Leafs taking time out before their game to honor first responders and recognize the work they do to keep communities safe.
The Winnipeg Jets take the rubber match against the Toronto Maple Leafs as the Raptors lose to the Hornets in Charlotte. Sports at 45.
And coming up in business, there is some good news and some bad news in a new survey about Canadian women in tech. And one finding is especially concerning. 680 News Time, 11:31.
It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Keeping an eye on the Sunday drive, here's Carlene Donahue.
This report is brought to you by TELUS Living Well Companion. It is a really good drive out there on the major routes. No complaints. There's no delays, which is the biggest bonus. No construction, no collisions, not even so much as a stalled vehicle or a blocked lane that I'm aware of. So you should be having a really great drive. It's just everything's up to speed in the GTA, and that includes your city streets. For a limited time, save $60 every year on TELUS Living Well Companion Home with fall detection or Living Well Companion Go. Visit TELUS.com/livingwell. Conditions apply. Your next report's at 11:41 with a look at the forecast. Here's weather specialist Denise Andriacci.
Well, winds are gusty out of the northwest at about 40 to 50 kilometers an hour right now. That's uncomfortable. It's a final weekend of winter officially, and it feels like it out there. It's 2 degrees downtown with a few clouds. A wind chill of -4. Temperatures aren't going to budge from where they are very much already today, and we drop to -10 tonight under clear conditions. Quite a cool wind chill overnight and into Monday morning in the -teens. Your guaranteed high today, 2 degrees.
680 News Time, 11:33.
Premier Doug Ford is sharing more information about the province's vaccine booking site and call center ahead of its launch tomorrow. The update does come as Toronto is closing its COVID-19 vaccine booking portal at 8 tonight for those 80 and up.
And it comes as the province is reporting more than 1,000 new cases of COVID-19 for an 8th day in a row, as well as 15 more deaths. 680's Michelle Morton joins us live, breaking down everything you need to know. Michelle.
Christine, beginning with today's new numbers, 1,747 new cases are being reported in the province today, but the count is higher than expected due to a data catch-up process in the system. 13 cases of the variant of concern are included in that number. 545 cases are in Toronto, 352 in Peel, 163 in York Region, and more than 47,600 tests have been completed. Now, beginning tomorrow, Ontarians who are 80 years and older can have a COVID-19 vaccine appointment booked. Premier Doug Ford announced today the province's online vaccine booking portal and call center will be live at 8 a.m., taking appointments for mass immunization clinics across the province. Ford says Ontario is making steady progress in the vaccination delivery plan.
Today, we're over 1 million doses. Yesterday, we did over 50,000 doses. We are leading the country, bar none, compared to any other province. And make no mistake about this, we are ready. We are ready. We're ready to ramp up immediately to 150,000 vaccinations a day.
But he says more vaccines are needed.
We have the capacity to do 4.8 million in a month. And we have 1.4 million coming in through March.
Tonight at 8, the City of Toronto's online booking system will be moving offline to allow for the transition to the provincial portal. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Morton.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News at 11:34. Over in Hamilton, residents are speaking out about what they call a flawed COVID-19 vaccine booking system. They say the phone-in system is leaving seniors waiting longer than they should for their shots. We get more from Melissa Nakavli of City News.
Carrie Vanderzandem has been trying to book a COVID-19 vaccine appointment for her 88-year-old grandfather for the last 2 weeks.
Which took me almost 70 tries to get through. And the individual just more or less took his name, his number, and said, there's about 6,000 people in front of you, so it may take up to 2 weeks to get in touch with you.
Until now, Hamilton residents eligible for the shot have had to call into a hotline. That same line was met with an overwhelming amount of calls. The city even temporarily shutting it down this week in an effort to streamline the booking process as it prepares to finally launch a booking website on Monday. A doctor with Hamilton Public Health who has chosen to remain anonymous tells us they're concerned after seeing seniors 80 years and older being turned away, offices empty with vaccines sitting there unused for days, all because of a phone line booking system they say is impossible to get through. Melissa Nakavli, City News.
680 News Time, 11:36. It's an earlier start to the day as we jumped our clocks forward 1 hour to daylight saving time. One sleep expert is warning the shift can have a significant impact on our mental and physical health.
Having more light in the evenings can actually make us more like night owls, biologically speaking. It can make it harder to lose weight.
Duke University sleep expert Dr. Jade Wu says the pitfalls are many.
Greater rates of suicidal thoughts and depression symptoms, and even emergency room visits. And I've also heard that the stock market also tends to be more volatile.
Still changing clocks ahead is a welcome sign. Spring is on the way. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. Music's biggest night is almost here. 680's Mitch Burke joins us with a preview of the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards.
Dua Lipa has been everywhere this year, and she is going into music's biggest night with 6 nominations, tied with Taylor Swift, who may be about to win Album of the Year for a historic 3rd time. 84 coveted gramophones are up for grabs, and Canadians are in the running for more than a quarter of them. But all the buzz is locked on the Canuck, who will not be there. The Weekend is boycotting the show for good after that total snub. A bold statement amid growing calls for big reforms within the Recording Academy. A black artist hasn't taken home Album of the Year since 2008. Beyonce leads with 9 nominations. If she wins 4, she becomes the most awarded woman in Grammy history. But Queen Bee won't be there either. Word is, she turned it down. The big show is tonight at 8 o'clock. Catch it on City TV. I'm Mitch Burke.
Zell News Radio CFTR, an awareness campaign has been launched calling for more to be done to protect Indigenous women.
We have conservatives who are still in denial of the gravity of this. We have a Liberal government who made a lot of promises on this being the most important relationship to them, but we still don't see movement.
In 2019, the final reports on the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada put forth 231 calls to justice.
Here we are, post-inquiry, 231 calls to justice and still no action plan on implementation.
The event, called MMIW Takes Back Canada, is being held virtually. The video portion won't be open to the public.
Unfortunately, with every Indigenous related subject, we get nothing but hateful trolls.
Many people joining in, some using social media to create awareness in creative ways. In Calgary, Taylor Broad, City News.
This is 680 News. Before losing to the Winnipeg Jets, the Leafs took a moment to honor first responders. We get the details from 680's Enrique Amaturo.
The Maple Leafs recognizing Toronto police, paramedics, and firefighters.
A night where we honor the brave men and women who are the first on the scene. They keep us safe, help us in our times of need, and serve our community.
The team taking time out before last night's game against Winnipeg to honor frontline workers. They took to Twitter to write they're proud to recognize 3 community heroes and thank them for their service. Fire Captain Pat Howlett, paramedic Mark Feldberg, and police constable Jason Jones were recognized as part of the pre-game video presentation. They were honored and chosen by their organization because they represent dedication and commitment to their community. The team thanking them for all they've done and all they continue to do. I'm Enrique Amaturo.
Still to come on 680 News, we will check the price of gas.
680 News Time, 11:39.
We make sure you're the first to know.
680 News.
Since 1967, Green Park Group has been one of Canada's most trusted builders. Green Park's legacy of consistency, quality, and service has not changed. Whether it's a single-family home or a condominium, Green Park has always understood that attention to detail and exceptional craftsmanship sets them apart. This is the root of the Green Park difference, which can be seen in every community and every condo built. Building all across the GTA. Visit greenparkgroup.ca.
Now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro says the price of gas did not change at midnight, holding just under $1.29 a liter at most GTA stations. Also, a heads up for subway riders, there is no service on the young portion of Line 1 today between Shepherd and Bloor because of signal system installation. Shuttle buses are running. Still to come on 680 News, we'll have traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News Time, 11:40.
With the Daily Grand Lotto, you can win $1,000 a day for life.
Wait, every single day?
Yeah.
So I'd start liking Mondays?
Probably.
But everybody hates Mondays, so I'd suddenly be an outcast, living on the fringes of society, a bizarre Monday-loving weirdo.
But you get $1,000 every day for life.
Then TGIM, baby, and every other day, too.
The Daily Grand Lotto draws every Monday and Thursday. Buy tickets in store and online at olg.ca.
City TV invites you to the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards with performances by Megan Thee Stallion, Dua Lipa, Post Malone, Billie Eilish, and more. Live coverage starts with the Grammys pre-show party, hosted by Tracy Moore and Dina Pugliese, featuring David Foster, with performances by JP Sachs, Soul Power Choir, and Northern Cree. Tonight, live coverage starts at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, only on City TV, or stream live and free at citytv.com.
And the Grammy goes to...
News Time, 11:41. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Keeping an eye on the morning drive, here's Carly Donahue.
This report is brought to you by Bosch. Right now, traveling on any of the major routes, we don't have any issues to report. So all the major routes in the GTA, the 401, the QEW, the Gardner, they're all moving up to speed right now. We don't have any active incidents or lane closures, so no construction or collisions. And but if you drive past something that we should know about, feel free to give us a call at star 680. Make your kitchen exceptional with Thermador appliances. Take advantage of their 1-2 free offer with over $11,000 in value. See Appliance Canada for details. Your next report's at 11:51 with the forecast. Here's Denise Andriacci.
Partly cloudy at Pearson. We're sitting at 3 degrees, just a hint above our guaranteed high of 2. Below seasonal today and tomorrow, and Tuesday too. It's on the best forecast the next couple of days. Not terrible. Cold tonight though, -10 under clear conditions. Sunny tomorrow morning and through the day, and it will be quite chilly in the morning. Wind chills in the -teens. Highs near +1 for a daytime high. The average high this time of year is 5. Active weather for Tuesday with those temps again below seasonal. And then it looks like we'll be closer to seasonal for Wednesday and Thursday. But no significant warmth in the forecast this week. Not anything close to what we were lucky to have leading up to the weekend. Just gorgeous conditions there Wednesday through Friday. Right now, not so much. Like I said, about 3 degrees around the GTA. The guaranteed high is 2.
680 News Time, 11:43. WestJet is canceling part of its order with Boeing. We get more from 680 business Chris McCusker.
The airline industry is still struggling, so WestJet Airlines has canceled an order for 15 Boeing MAX 737 aircraft, but it still has 27 MAX remaining on order. In January, WestJet was the first Canadian airline to return the plane to service after Transport Canada lifted a nearly 2-year grounding. Air Canada also cut orders for the MAX early in the pandemic, saying the move was in response to new market realities. All of this comes as talks reportedly continue for a federal aid program for the airlines. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Still to come on 680 News, we'll have a check of the top stories in sports in just 60 seconds. 680 News Time, 11:44.
Live life on your own track. Now, during the Nissan My Choice sales analyze, the bold and stylish 2020 kicks your way, right down to the bonus offer. And with available Apple CarPlay and Bose headrest speakers, you've got full control of the tunes and complete freedom to express yourself. Right now, finance the 2020 kicks from 0% for up to 84 months and $254 monthly. For full details on offers, visit Nissan.ca. Offer includes 2% My Choice rate reduction. Conditions apply. Did you know that companies with a blog get 55% more web traffic and 78% of web users research products online before buying? If you're not creating fresh, unique content on your website, you could be missing out on a lot of potential customers. That's where Numero Uno Web Solutions can help. Our professional Canadian writers create online content that moves your company to the top of the list. A 4.9 out of 5-star Google rating speaks for itself. Find out more at numerounoweb.com. Toronto's news now. This is 680 News.
Partly cloudy skies and 2 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good morning, I'm Carl Garnish, and here are the top stories this hour. Premier Doug Ford provided an update on the province's COVID-19 vaccination plan. As the government's booking portal and call center launch tomorrow, 800,000 appointments will be available for residents 80 and older, and the province's booking phone number is available at our website, 680news.com. Ontario is reporting more than 1,700 new cases of COVID-19 over the last 24 hours, but officials say the number is higher due to a data catch-up. There were 15 more deaths and at least 12 cases of the B117 variant and at least one of the B1351 strain. Music's biggest night is taking to the streets of LA at 8 p.m. Canadian artists, including Justin Bieber, are up for a number of awards at the Grammys. The Weeknd is boycotting the event for good after not getting a single nomination. Now, 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here is Rob Wong.
The Maple Leafs played the worst of their 3 games against Winnipeg and paid for it, losing 5-2 to the Jets. Winnipeg took 5 of a possible 6 points in their matchup against Toronto this week. Defenseman Morgan Riley says he hopes the team will be ready for the next go-round.
So it's important that we enter those games prepared, and we draw from these games, learn from them, and
move forward, and I just get better.
Jake Muzzin and William Nylander scored in the loss. Toronto back at it tonight on the road in Ottawa. You can watch it on Sportsnet at 7. In other action, Calgary beat Montreal 3-1, while Vancouver got by Edmonton 2-1. The shorthanded Raptors continue to struggle after a 114-104 loss in Charlotte. Kyle Lowry led the way with 19 points. Toronto will once again be without Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and OG Anunoby tonight when they take on the Bulls in Chicago. Tip off at 9 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Saskatchewan's Matt Dunstone will take on Alberta's Brendan Bottcher in the semifinals at the Brier this afternoon. The winner advances to tonight's final against Kevin Cooey's Wildcard 2 team. And in golf, Lee Westwood heads into the final day of the Players' Championship, sitting at 13 under par with a 2-shot lead over Bryson DeChambeau. Corey Connors is the top Canadian at -4. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 11:47.
As an entrepreneur, I always have to be ready. Ready to invest in our online presence. Ready to increase our cash flow. Ready to adapt to our new reality.
The BDC Small Business Loan is here to help you be ready for what's ahead. Get up to $100,000 with affordable terms and no application fees. It's quick, easy, and 100% online. Apply now at bdc.ca/online loan. BDC, financing, advising, smarts.
These days, people want their dollars to go further. Well, if your dollars happen to be in your pocket and you happen to be inside a 2021 Toyota Corolla with remarkable fuel efficiency, you and your dollars will go a lot further together. Lease a 2021 Toyota Corolla LE from $59 weekly at 1.99% APR for 48 months with $1,500 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or shop safely at your local Ontario Toyota dealer.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News at 11:48. It's now time for the Green File with Mark Cullen.
While waiting for the ground to thaw, there's a lot that you can do to prepare for the gardening season ahead. I talk frequently about the joys of digging and weeding. What spoils it all too often are dull tools, and it's such an easy problem to solve. All you need is a good metal file. I draw the file across the top of the spade or the weeding hoe 3 or 4 times, and again across the opposite side once or twice just to remove the burr of metal there. You'll enjoy the gardening experience a lot more with sharp garden tools. I'm Mark Cullen with a Green File for 680 News.
680 News Time, 11:49. Stateside, the Federal Emergency Management Agency is being called in to manage the record number of unaccompanied children who are illegally streaming into the U.S. from Mexico.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection says more than 9,400 children crossed the southwest border alone between January and February. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has now directed FEMA to support efforts to safely receive, shelter, and transfer such children. Unaccompanied minors are supposed to be handed over to the Department of Health and Human Services within 3 days, but more children are being held longer at Border Patrol facilities not designed with their care in mind, because HHS's long-term shelters are at capacity, and children are arriving faster than HHS can release them to parents or sponsors already in the U.S. Ben Thomas, Washington.
In 60 seconds, we will have a check on the drive with Carling Donahue, followed by the extended forecast with Denise Andriachi, both together on the ones. 680 News Time, 11:50.
Sitting at home wondering how to save money? Why not start with your windows and doors? That's smart thinking. Ecotech Windows and Doors can help. With EcoSmart technology, our latest product line is Energy Star certified, which means you'll save on your energy bill. And right now, we pay the tax for you, or you don't pay till 2022. Now that's smart thinking.
You'll see the difference right away. EcotechWindows.ca.
Quality and comfort you can trust and afford. Learn more at ecotechwindows.ca.
Experience the open spaces and perennial prestige of the Uplands community in Thornhill at 8188 Young. This collection of condominiums, townhomes, and penthouses is meticulously detailed with selective finishes and includes 30,000 square feet of outdoor space. Enjoy close access to Viva Transit and the future TTC Young extension, only a 6-minute walk away. Secure incentives such as a $25,000 discount on parking, free locker, and more. 8188 Young, forever young. Book your appointment now at 8188young.com.
680 News Time, 11:51. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Keeping an eye on the Sunday drive, here's Carling Donahue.
This report is brought to you by Alexis of Oakville. So the only thing we've got going on right now are the traffic lights are out at Woodbine and Ravenshoe. So just make sure you're treated as a four-way stop. If you're on any of the major routes throughout the GTA this morning, such as the 401, the QEW, the Gardner, the DVP, everything's up to speed. We don't have any delays, collisions, or construction. For a limited time, lease the 2021 IS 300 all-wheel drive signature package at 2.9% for 39 months with bi-weekly payments from $218. See lexusofoakville.ca. Your next report's at 12:01 with Christine Langos. Now with the forecast, here is Denise Andriacci.
Partly cloudy conditions, a gusty wind out of the northwest. It's uncomfortable today. It's still technically still winter. We were graced with some beautiful weather leading up to this weekend, though. But on this final weekend of winter, it has been a little cooler. Yesterday, fairly seasonal, near 5 degrees for a high across the GTA. We're sitting at 3. Our guaranteed high is 2, so we're just a little warmer than that, but we are still below seasonal. Overnight tonight, down to -10 under clear skies. Monday, highs only near +1. Dress the kids warmly tomorrow. Recess is going to be a cold one, definitely. We're down to -5 Monday night. Tuesday, it looks unsettled. Flurries to start mixed with rain. We'll probably transition back to flurries as temps kind of fluctuate just above the freezing mark Tuesday. So still a couple of days out. Looks like we're going to see both types of precipitation play out at some point Tuesday. Your guaranteed high today, 2 degrees.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Dynamic Funds. Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives. Ask a financial advisor about active management and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Coming up at noon, we'll have the latest on Premier Doug Ford providing an update on the province's COVID-19 vaccination plan as the government prepares to launch its booking portal and call center tomorrow. 800,000 vaccination appointments will be available for residents 80 and older, and the province's booking phone number is available at our website, 680news.com. Now, this update does come as Ontario is reporting more than 1,700 new cases of COVID-19 over the last 24 hours. Officials do say, though, the number is higher than expected due to a data catch-up. There were 15 more deaths and at least 12 new cases of the B.1.1.7 variant and at least one case of the B.1.351 strain. 680 News Time, 11:53.
Streams of Truth, brought to you by Sportsnet Now. Sports fans just want one thing, to watch the game in peace. So, go ahead, confiscate your child's tablet and stream the game with Sportsnet Now. You deserve to find peace, and you can do so by streaming sports on a tablet protected by a pink butterfly case smeared with applesauce. Live stream sports with Sportsnet Now. Actually, that might be Africa. Starting at $9.99. Visit smnow.ca for details.
When you need to know. Breaking news. Some Trump supporters managed to breach the walls of the Capitol building and actually make their way to the Senate floor. Traffic. The right lane is blocked by emergency crews as they deal with crash cleanup here. About a 4-kilometer backup. Bad weather. There is this setup in place for some freezing rain to develop. That's why those freezing rain warnings are in place. When you need to know. We're here. This is 680 News.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. Well, coming up in just 60 seconds, we'll have the 680 News Weekend Business Report with Chris McCusker. 680 News Time, 11:55.
Now is the time to put a piece of Israel in your investment portfolio. Israel bonds are now paying up to 3.61% in Canadian dollars, subject to conditions. Israel bonds are sold in Canada by Canada Israel Securities Limited, a registered exempt market dealer. Diversify your TFSA with Israel bonds. Rates as high as 3.61% are available until March 14th. Call Israel Bonds today at 416-789-3351 or visit israelbonds.ca. Employers wanted. Are you an employer with immediate vacancies but need assistance to find and hire staff? Call the staffing experts. Achieve Employment Services can help you find, hire, and keep your staff. Get access to a full range of recruitment resources, including no-cost job postings and hiring incentives. Register online today at achev.ca/employer. That's achev.ca/employer. Coordinated by Achieve Employment Services and funded by Employment Ontario.
680 News Time, 11:56. It's now time for the 680 News Weekend Business Report.
I'm Chris McCusker. There is some good news and some bad news in a new report from SAP Canada. It's focused on women in tech. Gina Izumi is Senior Vice President of Sales.
2/3 of the women in technology really believe that their companies have done a good job helping women manage in what we're calling the new way of working during the pandemic. And that may not always be the way across all the various industries. And what was also interesting is that half of them felt that they were actually much more productive during the pandemic than they were beforehand, given the support and the flexibility that existed.
But
almost half were worried about the long-term effects that the pandemic has for their career development. So women in technology seem to feel that they were a bit more unmotivated in their careers and that the pandemic might actually be stifling their career growth. And we saw this in the results, particularly for younger women and for those that were caring for elders. But I have to say, Chris, the most surprising thing for me, and perhaps the most disappointing part of the survey, was that 44% of the women in technology believe that tech companies don't want to hire women.
And SAP is already working to address this?
You know, it starts with training and onboarding. We've got a 2-year program that we put in place to make sure that we're setting up people for success. But then more importantly, as we continue down their career, you know, we measure things like the number of women that actually have development plans or have mentors. We also look at pay equality. We looked, and I think that's like 99% had pay equity across the board. So we only had to adjust. It was less than 1%. So it's all about never losing sight of what's really important, that it's not just a one-time thing.
Gina Azumi is with SAP Canada. And at the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
This is your breaking news station, 680 News. Are you ready to start shopping in an actual store again? Good news! FactoryDirect.ca is now open for in-store shopping. To celebrate, we're offering Boxing Week quality deals now. Huge savings on top brands like Apple, Dyson, Samsung, and LG. Electronics, TVs, cell phones, notebooks, home and backyard products, all on sale. Shop in-store at one of our 18 Ontario locations or online at FactoryDirect.ca. FactoryDirect.ca. Big brands, real deals, serious savings.
Bayview Wellington Homes Green Valley East is Bradford's most successful new home community, and it's getting even better. Phase 2 opens this spring and is now accepting registrations. Choose from freehold townhomes, semis and detached homes with conservation lots up to 160 feet deep. The serenity of nature comes together with the easygoing lifestyle of Bradford to create a charming community unlike any other. To receive first access to Phase 2, register today at greenvalleyestates.ca. Weather forecast you can bank on, because if we're off by more than 3 degrees,
You could win our growing gas jackpot. The 680 News Weather Guarantee. Enter online at 680news.com.
It's now time for the 680 News check of regional weather conditions. Taking a look around the Golden Horseshoe in St. Catharines, partly cloudy skies, 4 degrees. Hamilton, partly cloudy and 5. Taking a look at the Kitchener, Cambridge, Waterloo area, we have cloudy conditions. 2 degrees, it does feel like -3 though with the wind. Over in Milton, partly cloudy, 2 degrees. In Brampton, we have similar temperatures. Few clouds though, not as cloudy as it is in Milton. Taking a look at Erin, partly cloudy, 0. Over in Richmond Hill, partly cloudy and 1. Just taking a quick look further east to Oshawa, partly cloudy and 2. Right now in downtown Toronto, we have partly cloudy skies, 2 degrees. It does feel like -4 with the wind. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. 680 News time on the tone. It's 12 noon.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's Sunday, March 14th. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Asher Rod. Here's what's making news right now.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Or anyone that's born in the year 1941 or older.
The province is taking COVID-19 vaccine appointments.
Ontario is reporting over 1,700 cases of COVID-19 today, but that includes a catch-up in data.
March break postponed in Ontario, but in the U.S.,
So we're worried about the volume of people that are coming.
officials are worried as spring break is in full swing.
It's Grammy night, and the hype is real. There's going to be musicians performing in ways that you've never seen them. Everything we know heading into the pandemic-altered show, along with all the controversy.
The Maple Leafs are back at it on the road in Ottawa tonight to take on the Senators, as the Raptors will visit the Bulls in the Windy City. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, we talked to one auto manufacturer about their ambitious plan to electrify its product offering and transform the retailing experience.
680 News Time, 12:01. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones and with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Good afternoon, Christine Legos.
Thank you, Zach and Asher, and good afternoon. This report is brought to you by 407 ETR, and what a great start to the afternoon on the major routes. I'm not spotting any delays, any volume, any construction, any collisions. Roads are light and dry right now. Now, off the highways, north and southbound, or rather east and westbound Queensville Side Road, closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie, and that's because of an earlier hydro pole fire. I'm just getting that from York Regional Police. And also, we have traffic lights out at Woodbine and Ravenshoe. 407 ETR remains committed to supporting customers and communities in the GTA throughout the long-term recovery. Learn more at 407etr.com/road to recovery. Your next report is at 12:11. And now with the forecast, let's say good afternoon to Carl Lamb.
And thank you, Christine. Yeah, it's a really nice day out there, but it's the wind that's making it a bit less than ideal. We're dealing with sun and cloud and a gusty northwest wind right now at about 40 kilometers per hour. So we're keeping an eye on that because that is certainly going to make it feel a lot colder than it actually is. Temperatures head up to a guaranteed high of +2 today, but with a clear sky tonight, we drop down to -12. So bundle up. We are not done with winter just yet. Right now, it's 3 at Pearson, 2 at 680 News. We've reached your guaranteed high of 2.
680 News Time, 12:02. Ontarians 80 and older will be able to book a vaccination appointment online as early as 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's when the Ford government's online portal goes live in an effort to ramp up the distribution of doses. But Toronto's booking website will close this evening.
Ontario has now vaccinated more than 1.1 million people. 680's Michelle Morton joins us live with more from the Premier. Good afternoon, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Asher. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the province's COVID-19 vaccine booking portal will be open for residents 80 years and older and for loved ones booking appointments for those in the Phase 2 priority group. A second option for booking is the provincial vaccine information line number. Retired General Rick Hillier is the head of Ontario's vaccine effort.
We've gone to great lengths on that second part, particularly the customer service desk, the call center, to make sure it is robust. We've got more than 2,200 operators that will be on that center tomorrow, ready to answer calls somewhere around the capacity of 10,000 calls per hour.
Meanwhile, Premier Ford says the province is ready to ramp up vaccinations to 150,000 vaccinations a day, but more vaccines are needed. Ford says the province has the capacity to do 4.8 million in a month, but only 1.4 million are coming in throughout this month. The City of Toronto's online booking system will be moving offline tonight at 8 to allow for the transition to the provincial portal. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Morton.
680 News Time, 12:04. Well, here at home, March break has been postponed to April. South of the border, though, spring break is a go as normal, and airports are getting busier, even though Americans are still being advised against non-essential travel. 680's Caitlin Lee now joins us live with the latest. Caitlin.
Yeah, Zach, U.S. air travel hit its highest level since the start of the pandemic on Friday, with spring breakers flocking to Florida this weekend and Texas. Videos circulating of bumping beats and packed beaches. Now, some people have face coverings, some do not. And while it's a requirement to wear masks in public, state rules make it impossible to find anyone for failing to do so.
There's no restrictions here, or at least people don't.
There are some restrictions. Miami Beach Mayor Dan Gelber tells ABC News they're doing as much as they can to make sure people are following the rules.
We definitely don't want people coming here thinking that this is the place to let loose because you've been cooped up for a year. If that's what you think you're going to do, as that notice says that you're going to have a very, very bad vacation.
Now, he's still worried about the spread of COVID-19 variants, and while vaccination has been ramping up much faster in the U.S. than it has here, it's still much too early, experts say, to be letting down their guard. Here in Ontario, as you said, Zach, March break has been postponed until mid-April in an effort to stop the spread of COVID-19 variants and discourage travel within our province and outside of the province. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lake.
You're listening to All News Radio. This is 680 News at 12:06. The province is reporting 15 additional deaths and more than 1,700 new cases of COVID-19. However, health officials do caution that today's case count is higher than expected because of a data catch-up process in the system. Provincial officials say 1,747 new cases have been recorded, marking the 8th consecutive day. More than 1,000 new infections have been reported. Toronto has the most of those new cases with 545. Peel Region with 352 and York Region with 163. Health officials say more than 47,600 tests were completed over the past 24 hours with a positivity rate of 3.1%.
This is 680 News. Despite reports of people vaccine shopping or still not willing to believe that COVID is real, as 680's Jessica Goose reports, new polling suggests most Canadians remain confident in the jab.
Perhaps you think the federal government rushed things, or maybe you think they didn't take enough time. A new poll by Abacus Data finds 1 in 5 people don't expect to have access to any vaccine until next year. Of the 2,000 people surveyed, 62% say they've already been vaccinated or that they would get the shot as soon as possible. Meantime, 40% say they're most comfortable with the Pfizer shot, while just 23% are in favor of the AstraZeneca shot. I'm Jessica Goose.
680 News Time, 12:07. It is tax season, and there is still confusion about what happens if you receive the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. 680's Reynaldo Suarez spoke with a senior tax expert about how CERB affects your taxes.
The big question for many is, will you have to repay CERB? The short answer, yes, but not through your tax return.
You will repay directly through the Canada Revenue Agency or Service Canada.
Senior tax expert with H&R Block, Lisa Giddens, says CRA or Service Canada will tell you how much you need to pay and the methods available. But if you received any benefit other than CERB, it's a different story.
Your net income is more than $38,000. You are subject to clawback. And yes, the clawback amounts are added to the tax return as your tax payable, and you're going to pay that amount when you file.
This is 680 News. It's 12:08. Well, the 63rd annual Grammys kick off in LA tonight. 680's Mitch Burke has more on the hype and controversy.
The pandemic-altered Grammys are getting set to take over downtown LA instead of the Staples Center. Host Trevor Noah with what we can expect.
Dua Lipa's performing like next to Bad Bunny, and then like the baby's like performing next to them. It's like a jam session made for you at home.
Billie Eilish, Haim, and Taylor Swift are just some of the big performers. Swift could be the first woman to win Album of the Year 3 times. We know who's not going to be there. The Weeknd is boycotting the show for good after he was totally snubbed. Producers are promising to address long-standing accusations of racial bias within the Recording Academy. Beyonce could also become the most awarded woman in Grammy history if she wins 4 of the 9 gramophones she's up for tonight, but she won't be there either. The big show is tonight at 8 o'clock on City TV. I'm Mitch Burke.
And we'll get a look at the price of the pumps coming up next.
680 News Time, 12:09.
At Appliance Canada, we considered our tagline very carefully. For your home, for your life. Your home may need the occasional upgrade or addition. When it does, we are privileged to be part of your life and your warm family hub. A comfortable home is one of life's simplest joys. We hope to fill your kitchen, laundry room, and outdoor space with familiar scents and memories. Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life. A living expression, a lasting impression. Visit our virtual home show at appliancecanada.com.
And now the 680 News gas price update. Empro predicts that the price is staying the same at midnight, holding at around $1.29 a liter. Traffic and weather next. This is 680 News.
Hey, thanks again, Ian, for driving. I didn't plan on drinking that much.
No problem. You're lucky I was only smoking pot tonight.
What's that up ahead?
I think it's a ride spot check. Don't worry, I got this.
We're running a ride spot check. Have you been drinking this evening?
No, I'm the designated driver.
Well, I smell marijuana. Please step out of the vehicle, sir.
Police have the authority and the tools to detect impairment by drugs.
These drivers face the same penalties as those impaired by alcohol. A message from Arrive Alive Drive Sober and the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police.
680 News Time, 12:11.
Time for traffic and weather together. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Diamond and Diamond Lawyers. Well, no change since my last report, which is good because we don't have any volume on the major routes at this time. Nothing to slow your drive, no construction, no collisions called in. And thanks to a traffic spotter for letting me know that at Woodbine and Ravenshoe, the traffic lights have been restored. However, we had a hydro pole fire in this area earlier, so Queensville Side Road is closed from 2nd Concession to Leslie. You paid for your disability benefits, and now the insurance company says no. Call Diamond and Diamond and get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-567-HURT for your free consultation. Your next report is at 12:21. Now with the forecast, meteorologist Carl Lamb.
Well, if you're preparing to go outside, just make sure you get that heavier jacket because it's really windy out there. So even though temperatures are above freezing, it certainly doesn't feel like it once you step outside. Winds out of the northwest around 40 kilometers per hour. The most recent gust at Pearson has been up to 63 kilometers per hour. So you're getting a face full of wind once you step outside. And temperatures head up to a guaranteed high of 2 degrees tonight with a clear sky. Yeah, we dropped down to -12, so another taste of winter, but we'll gradually warm up as we head throughout the work week. 0 will be the high tomorrow with mostly sunny conditions, not as windy, and will stay dry throughout the day. Right now, it is +1 at Pearson, +2 downtown. Our guaranteed high today is 2.
680 News Time, 12:12.
Well, the numbers are in, and officials say Toronto's first pothole blitz of the year was a big success. Mayor John Tory says 5,144 of those pesky car-crunching craters were filled yesterday. Before the 12-hour blitz, some 30,000 potholes had already been patched up. Each pothole costs about $25 to fix, and the city has earmarked $4.7 million this year to fill them all in. Still to come on 680 News.
The worst nuclear disaster of the 21st century thus far has inadvertently created a thriving wildlife reserve. This Week in Science coming up.
680 News Time, 12:13.
Hi, I'm Maureen Holloway. Spring is coming, and it's time to put winter in your rear view with exciting new offers from Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2021 RX 350 premium package from just $278 bi-weekly for 39 months. And remember, you can shop in person by appointment or entirely online. They'll even deliver your new Lexus right to your home. Expect excellence online and in the showroom. Don Valley North, Lexus. Visit Don Valley North Lexus.com for details.
I'm Christina Howard, one of 4 million Canadians living with kidney disease. Chances are someone you know is living with this often silent disease. This March, I invite you to join the Kidney Foundation's 6 Degree Challenge and bring kidney disease out of the shadows by sharing our connections online. The Kidney Foundation empowers so many of us through awareness, funding for life-saving medical research, and it supports patients' need emotionally, financially, and socially. Get connected at 6degreechallenge.com.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
A few clouds in the sky, 2 degrees, feeling more like -4 again with that wind that you just heard Carl mention. Good afternoon, I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Asher Roth here. The top stories this hour.
Tonight is the last for Torontonians 80 and older to book an online vaccination appointment. But tomorrow morning, the province's online portal launches at 8 o'clock for those 80 and up. If they don't have online access, somebody can do it on their behalf. Or you can call a number, 1-888-999-6488. Meantime, Ontario is reporting 1,747 cases of COVID-19 today. But that's because of what the province calls a data catch-up process in the system. It's the 8th straight day with over 1,000 reported cases. And Ontario's March break has been postponed to April because of the pandemic. But south of the border, a record travel day on Friday with spring breakers packing airports despite being warned not to travel for non-essential purposes. And now 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Rob Wong.
The Maple Leafs look to bounce back after their loss against Winnipeg tonight in Ottawa when they face the Senators on the second half of a back-to-back. You can watch it on Sportsnet beginning at 7. 5 other games in the NHL, including the Minnesota Wild, home to the Arizona Coyotes, face off at 2 o'clock. You can catch that on Sportsnet. The shorthanded Toronto Raptors are expected to be without Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and OG Anunoby once again this evening as they take on the Bulls in Chicago on the second night of a back-to-back tip-off at 9 o'clock. You can hear it on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. The Blue Jays and Yankees square off in Dunedin this afternoon in Grapefruit League action. It'll be prospect Alec Manoah getting the start for Toronto. First pitch just after 1 o'clock. Saskatchewan's Matt Dunstone takes on Alberta's Brendan Bottcher in the semifinals at the Brier this afternoon. They'll get going at 2:30. The winner advances to tonight's final against Kevin Cooey's Wildcard 2 team. And in golf, Lee Westwood heads into the final day of the Players' Championship, sitting at 13 under par with a 2-shot lead on Bryson DeChambeau. Corey Connors is the top Canadian at -4. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 12:16.
Ivy Wellington Homes Green Valley East is Bradford's most successful new home community, and it's getting even better. Phase 2 opens this spring and is now accepting registrations. Choose from freehold townhomes, semis and detached homes with conservation lots up to 160 feet deep. The serenity of nature comes together with the easygoing lifestyle of Bradford to create a charming community unlike any other. To receive first access to Phase 2, register today at greenvalleyestates.ca.
Did you know that companies with a blog get 55% more web traffic and 78% of web users research products online before buying? If you're not creating fresh, unique content on your website, you could be missing out on a lot of potential customers. That's where Numero Uno Web Solutions can help. Our professional Canadian writers create online content that moves your company to the top of the list. A 4.9 out of 5-star Google rating speaks for itself. Find out more at numerounoweb.com.
680 News Time, 12:17. It's a sprint to the finish for Olympic hopefuls around the world, but it's also one with lots of twists and turns. Simon Bennett caught up with a local athlete who could share his perspective.
Oakville native James Uhas has his sights on the 2024 Olympics in sailing, but he's training right now with athletes who are trying to qualify for Tokyo, and it's been frustrating.
My main training partner, his Olympic qualifier, was originally supposed to be in Abu Dhabi, and then everything got postponed a year, so there was then supposed to be in Abu Dhabi now, and then 2 weeks ago got originally canceled, and then it was uncanceled, and then it was postponed, and then it was moved to Oman, and then it was canceled in Oman, and now it's been uncanceled in Oman again.
As the pandemic reached a year this week, Uhas is staying positive.
Having that light at the end of the tunnel is what keeps me going for sure.
Uhas is currently taking time off his studies at Queen's and is training in Malta. I'm Simon Bennett.
This is All News Radio 680 News at 12:18. Life finds a way. It's not just a line from Jurassic Park, but it's something the natural world is constantly demonstrating. And as 680's Curtis Doring reports, that's even the case when it comes to nuclear disaster zones.
March 11th, 2011.
Fuel rods are now exposed, and if they stay that way, they could release radioactivity and a disaster of unknown proportions.
An earthquake and tsunami triggered a triple meltdown at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant in Japan. An area roughly the size of Los Angeles was evacuated as radiation spilled from the facility. And even after many years and a costly cleanup effort, some areas are still not safe for people to return. But that doesn't mean the area is devoid of life. Biologists at the University of Georgia set up 120 cameras around the plant, some in highly radioactive areas with no humans, others in slightly radioactive areas with some humans. And the photos they collected show that despite the radiation, wildlife is thriving. There are wild boars, hares, macaques, pheasants, foxes, and some they call the raccoon dog, which is adorable. And generally, the more restricted the zone, the more animals you find. Now, it's not clear how healthy all these animals are, but this and the wildlife boom seen around the Chernobyl disaster site show that no matter how dangerous an area is, people remain the biggest threat to wildlife populations. With This Week in Science, I'm Curtis Doring.
Still to come on 680 News.
The Toronto Maple Leafs taking time out before their game to honor first responders and recognize the work they do to keep communities safe.
And we'll check traffic and weather in 60 seconds. 680 News Time, 12:20.
Okay, you know what? That was really good. I just need you to try one a little lower.
Okay. HSBC is offering a low mortgage rate. It's one of
Lower?
It's one of Canada's lowest mortgage rates.
Even lower.
Get 0.99% APR on a 5-year variable closed-term high-ratio mortgage.
Wow, that is low.
HSBC Bank. Together we thrive.
Rates subject to change without notice. A high-ratio mortgage is a personal mortgage with a down payment of less than 20% of the purchase price. Applications are subject to credit approval. Visit hsbc.ca/firsthome for details.
This year, TA Appliances and Barbecues is bringing the home show to you virtually and in store. There will be live stream product demos and special home show offers. TA has all the leading grills and accessories like Broil King, Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, TCS, Crown Verity, Lynx, and more. From gas grills to portables to built-in barbecues for your outdoor kitchen. Home show savings online and in store till March 21st.
I got it at TA.
Visit TAAppliance.com for a location near you.
680 News Time, 12:21. Now traffic and weather together on the ones. Let's look at the roads with Christine Lango.
And this report is brought to you by AGM Renovations. Not much to look at, unfortunately, or fortunately. It depends on how you look at it. Everything is in great shape. So every time I check out the camera, I'm just seeing light volume and lots of sunshine. So a pretty decent drive for you if you're heading out today for any reason. If you're on the 404 Don Valley Parkway combination, that route is wide open. And right now I'm just scanning the QEW. It's moving well through Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga. No problems on the Gardner if you're traveling into or out of downtown that way. Now, north of the city, Queensville Side Road is closed from 2nd Concession to Leslie, and that's because of an earlier problem with a hydro pole fire. How about the money you save staying at home, you spend on your home? Increase your living space, finish your basement. Call AGM now and get $5,000 off your new basement. Visit agmrenovations.com. Your next report is at 12:31. Now with the forecast, here's Carl Lamb.
Just a really gusty day across the GTA. We do have a mix of sun and clouds, so it does look nice. But once you step outside, just remember that it's going to feel quite a bit colder. So we have those strong northwesterly winds after that cold front moved through last night, and that's why those winds are so incredibly strong today. So we're headed up to a guaranteed high of 2 degrees, but those winds gusting over 60 kilometers per hour. So certainly a very windy day as we head into the evening hours, dropping down to minus 12. It will feel like minus 19 when you factor in the wind. Wind starting to ease after midnight. Tomorrow, 0 with mostly sunny conditions. Will keep things dry across the GTA, dropping down to minus 4. Then on Tuesday, mostly cloudy, 3 degrees, and we do have the chance for a few evening rain and wet snow showers, but it will not accumulate to very much at all. And then we start to warm up to above seasonal as we head from Wednesday into the rest of the week. Right now, it is +1 at Pearson, +3 downtown. Our guaranteed high today is 2.
Mix and Match at Sleep Country is back, where we'll match you to the right mix of products, no matter your sleep style. So whether you're a sheet hogger, a pillow lover, a deep dreamer, or a mix of everything in between, our sleep experts have seen it all and will help you find the sleep essentials you need. And if you miss Boxing Week, you can still get amazing prices right now, like a hot price on a Sealy Optimum Queen mattress for only $549 until Sunday only at Sleep Country. Sleep well, stay well, Sleep Country.
At 12:30, we'll have the latest on what the Premier had to say about the online vaccination portal that's launching tomorrow in the province. Ontarians 80 and older would be able to book a vaccine appointment online as early as 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
680 News Time, 12:24.
When you need to know.
Breaking news. Premier Doug Ford says that includes a stay-at-home order effective 12:01 a.m. Thursday.
Traffic. You only have the left lane getting by this crash. It's involving at least a couple tractor trailers.
Weather.
This could be an area where we do see some freezing rain, in addition to a bit of a mix across the GTA.
When you need to know.
We're here.
This is 680 News.
Well, it wasn't the result they wanted at the end, but the boys in blue honored first responders at their game last night. 680's Enrique Amaturo with the details.
The Maple Leafs recognizing Toronto police, paramedics, and firefighters.
A night where we honor the brave men and women who are the first on the scene. They keep us safe, help us in our times of need, and serve our community.
The team taking time out before last night's game against Winnipeg to honor frontline workers. They took to Twitter to write they're proud to recognize 3 community heroes and thank them for their service. Fire Captain Pat Howlett, paramedic Mark Feldberg, and police Constable Jason Jones were recognized as part of the pre-game video presentation. They were honored and chosen by their organization because they represent dedication and commitment to their community. The team thanking them for all they've done and all they continue to do. I'm Enrique Amaturo.
In 60 seconds, we'll head to the business center.
This is 680 News.
In times like these, shouldn't your money work even harder for you? We think so. That's why at Duca Credit Union, you get no-fee checking accounts. You also get high interest on deposits and investments, and low mortgage rates. Plus, you get to share in the profits. That's the Duca difference. And now, get rates as low as 1.79% on a 5-year fixed mortgage when you switch to Duca. Find out how at mortgage.duca.com. Do more, be more, achieve more with Duca Credit Union. Conditions apply.
There's still time to save big at the Food Mixers Wowza Savings Event. Until March 17th, 710 milliliter 6-packs of Coca-Cola or Canada Dry is just 2 for $5. Fantastic! Only until Wednesday. Food Basics, always more for less.
680 News Time, 12:26. Now the weekend business report.
I'm Tim Demopoulos. Volvo has taken some bold steps to transform itself with an ambitious plan to electrify its product offering and fundamentally change the way it sells cars. Matt Gerges is managing director for Volvo Canada, and as he explains, the full extent of that transformation is not that far off.
By 2025, we're going to sell 50% of our cars fully electric, and that's a global ambition that we have, and Canada is certainly part of that roadmap. And now by 2030, we want to be selling only fully electric cars. But having said that, our plan for 2030 is about 9 years away. We are very much watching closely what the government's doing, making sure that we have the supporting infrastructure to be able to actually achieve the adoption that we're looking for here.
So are governments in Canada doing enough to help drive adoption of electric vehicles?
I think they need to do more in order to really get the adoption to where we need it to be. We do need to have a robust infrastructure all across the country. I think that goes without saying. And also the level of incentives we have across the different provinces, the more we can get for customers, the better, because in order for us to achieve our ambitions here, we really do need the government to participate. And they do have a plan at 2040 to sell only zero-emission vehicles.
And with the 2022 model year, customers will be able to buy an electric Volvo completely online.
Back in October of 2019, we started working with our dealers on developing a system to be able to provide a more robust online customer journey. We did launch the XC40 Recharge, which was our first fully electric car. Now it's the C40, and these cars are going to be able to be purchased online over time. But we are doing this together with our dealers, and our dealers are very much a part of this journey. It is ultimately about offering the customer more transparency, more convenience, regardless of where and how they want to purchase a vehicle.
That's Matt Gerges, Managing Director at Volvo Canada, and at the Business Center, I'm Tim Demopoulos.
Directly connecting you to the subway and to the future of condo living. The Gloucester on Yonge by Concord. Located in a prime downtown location along Yonge Street, it offers convenient in-building access to the subway station. It is also the first condo in Canada to have bacteria and virus mitigation technology. You can control access to the building entry points and elevators through your mobile phone. Visit thegloucesteronyoung.com for more info and to chat live with us.
If you're on the hunt for a new truck, we'll make it easy for you. Because when it comes to performance, style, and capability, there's only one choice: Ram. During the month of Ram, you get 20% off MSRP with up to $12,950 in total discounts on select 2021 Ram 1500 Classic models. Plus, up to $3,000 in loyalty cash for select owners. The perfect truck, the perfect price, the perfect time. Consider the search over. See your Ram dealer for details.
Traffic reports every 10 minutes on the ones.
Traffic alerts at once. This
is 680 News.
Checking our meteorologist Carl Lamb's forecast tonight, mainly clear and -4. Dropping to -12 overnight, though, for tomorrow morning. It'll be mainly sunny and -10. Warms up in the afternoon, though, to an even 0 with a sunny sky for Tuesday. More clouds than sun. Chance for evening rain and wet snow showers as well. It'll be breezy and a high of 3. Right now in downtown Toronto, it's 2 degrees. A few clouds in the sky. That window making it feel more like -4. Madison Fitzpatrick's our editor. Julia Roomless at the digital desk. And Amber LeBlanc is our news director. And 680 News Time, 12:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
This is Sunday, the 14th of March. Good afternoon. I'm Asher Ross. I'm Zach Bowden. Seniors what's making news right now.
The province is set to launch its COVID-19 vaccine booking portal and call center tomorrow.
We need to take care of our elderly first.
Ontario has opted for a mid-April vacation, but in Florida,
You know the risk of you coming out here.
packed beaches as Americans go full steam ahead with spring break.
As we wade knee-deep into tax season, we've got more on what CERB recipients need to know before deadline day. Is Queen Bee about to become Queen of the Grammys? We've got a preview along with the cloud of controversy looming over music's biggest night.
The Maple Leafs look to bounce back on the road against the Ottawa Senators as the Raptors look to snap a 4-game losing streak in Chicago. Sports at 45.
And coming up in business, college and university can be expensive. We're looking at a one-stop website that looks at grants and bursary programs to help cover the costs.
680 News Time, 12:31. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Rudner Law. I'm just looking at what looks to be a stalled vehicle on the ramp from Brant onto the eastbound QEW, and it's just blocking a part of that ramp. It looks like we have emergency crews on scene. It may be a collision by the looks of it, now that I take a second look. We've got fire crews on scene as well as ambulance. So that's on the ramp from Brant to the eastbound QEW. So just be aware of that. It's not causing any big delay. I'm not spotting any big delays on the major routes around the GTA. Everything else is looking quite good. North of the city, though, Queensville Side Road still closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie. Rudner Law is the only employment law firm in Canada with a client relationship coordinator to make sure you get the service you deserve. Don't wait. Visit rudnerlaw.ca today. Your next report is at 12:41. And now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
Well, we do have sun and cloud across the GTA right now, seeing a blue sky across parts of downtown, but maybe where you are, you're seeing a few more clouds. But that is the positive today. The negative really is that it's very windy outside. Those winds anywhere between 30 to 50 kilometers per hour out in the northwest, so it's bringing in that colder air. Gusts have been between 50, even over 60 kilometers per hour. Expect that for the rest of the afternoon. A guaranteed high of 2 feels much colder. Clear skies tonight, dropping down to minus 12. It's going to feel closer to minus 19 when you factor in the wind. Right now, it's +1 at Pearson, +3 downtown. Our guaranteed high today is +2.
680 News Time, 12:33. Streamlining the system and preparing to ramp it up. By this time tomorrow, all Ontarians 80 and over can book an appointment for a COVID-19 vaccine using the Ford government's new province-wide system.
This as Ontario confirms an uptick in the daily case count. We'll have more on that in a moment. But first, 680's Michelle Morton begins our coverage with the latest on the province's vaccination efforts.
The province's online vaccine booking portal and call center will be live tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, taking appointments for mass immunization clinics across Ontario. Premier Doug Ford calls this a milestone.
So if you're born in the year of 1941 or earlier, they're the only people or their loved ones booking appointments for them. So I'll give you an example. If you're going to be 80 this year, if you're going to be 80 in September or October, November, please go online and book your appointment.
If you cannot go online to make an appointment, you can call the provincial vaccine information line number instead to book. The City of Toronto's online booking system will be moving offline at 8 o'clock tonight to allow for that transition to the provincial portal. I'm Michelle Morton.
And Ontario is reporting 15 new COVID-related deaths and 1,747 new infections. While that number is higher than expected because of a data glitch, this is the 8th consecutive day that today's case count is higher than 1,000. 545 of those cases are in Toronto, 352 in Peel region, 163 in York, 93 in the city of Hamilton, 55 in Durham, and 38 in Halton region. 13 more infections have been confirmed as variants of concern. More than 47,000 tests were completed, and 1,167 more cases are now considered resolved.
You're listening to 680 News at 12:34. On just about any other year, families across this province would be on a beach by now or on their way to the airport to get there, but that's not the case this year with March break postponed. It's a different story south of the border, though. 680's Caitlin Lee joins us live with more on the start of spring break, pandemic style. Caitlin.
Yeah, Zach, 1.2 million people traveled through U.S. airports yesterday, a day after travel hit its highest level since March of 2020. Many headed to Texas and Florida for spring break. Some partiers not with masks. Florida state rules making it difficult to enforce the requirement to wear face coverings in public.
If you get the coronavirus, that's your own fault, because you know the risk of you coming out here.
Miami Beach Mayor Dan Galbert tells ABC News they're doing their best to keep things from getting too out of control by enforcing curfews and noise bylaws.
Well, we have zero tolerance right now. We're worried about the volume of people that are coming. We're worried about the conduct of people that are coming.
But videos from Friday and Saturday night show big crowds of people, some with masks under their nose, and some with no masks at all. Texas has dropped its statewide mask mandate. So far, more than 68 million Americans have gotten at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. But health officials say it's far too early to be dropping these safety guidelines. Here in Ontario, the full government is hoping to curb the spread of COVID variants by postponing March break to mid-April. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Light.
680 News Time, 12:36. The list of frontline workers wanting to be moved into the second phase of Ontario's COVID-19 vaccination plan continues to grow.
Well, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization makes recommendations in identifying groups at risk. Healthcare is a provincial responsibility, and vaccination phases vary from province to province. Shelley Morse, the head of the Canadian Teachers Federation, says governments need to work together to put in a list across the country.
Federal and provincial and territorial governments should sit down and say, we need to do something about this. We need to keep citizens in Canada safe.
The executive director of the Canadian Public Health Association says there's frustration with the current system, which has created a patchwork quilt of different guidelines across the country. I'm Emily Javesky.
680 News Time, 12:37. The tax season can be a stressful time, pandemic or not, but it's created a new set of questions for those who have received the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. 680's Ronaldo Suarez has everything you need to know.
Senior tax expert with H&R Block, Lisa Giddens, says CERB specifically will not be part of your tax return.
If you received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, then no, you are not going to repay through your tax return. You will repay directly through the Canada Revenue Agency or Service Canada.
She says if you got a request to pay back the amount and weren't able to repay right away but filed your tax on time, you will have 1 year to repay that amount without any interest. Giddens says, on the other hand, if you receive the Canadian Response Benefit and your net income is more than $38,000, you are subject to clawback. That clawback amount is added to your tax return as a tax payable, and you are going to pay back that amount when you file. I'm Ronaldo Suarez.
680 News Time, 12:38. Get ready for lots of tunes and trophies, but no weekend this year.
Beyonce needs to win 4 of the 9 gramophones she is up for tonight to become the most awarded woman in Grammy history. But history could also repeat itself, and she gets shut out of winning a top title, something that happens time and time again for so many black artists. The Weeknd didn't even get nominated, and now he is boycotting the Grammys for good. As for the show itself, host Trevor Noah is trying to turn a new page, and he's setting a pretty high bar.
It's just music. It keeps on moving. It keeps bouncing around. Every type of music, every artist that you love, it doesn't sit still for long.
Dua Lipa, Harry Styles, and Taylor Swift are just some of the big performers from several different stages in downtown LA. Canadians are in the running for more than a quarter of the 84 categories. The Grammys are tonight at 8 o'clock on City TV. I'm Mitch Burke.
We'll check your gas prices in 30 seconds.
680 News Time, 12:39.
It's the Jeep No Limit Sales Event, where you can enjoy big discounts on the original SUV, the one that continues to define and redefine what an SUV can be. The most awarded SUV ever. Right now, enjoy up to $8,100 in discounts on select Jeep models, plus $2,500 in loyalty cash for select owners. The Jeep No Limits event, where adventure has no limits. On now. See your Jeep dealer for details.
Now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro says the price of gas did not change at midnight and will not change at midnight. It will hold at just under $1.29 a liter. 680 News Time, 1240.
The Princess Margaret Home Lottery is over 80% sold. Don't miss the incredible $7 million grand prize, the modern $2.6 million Toronto grand prize, Country Charm in Prince Edward County, plus be part of the world's biggest 50-50. It's one big prize after another. Homes, cottages, condos, and so much more. Over 80% sold. Don't miss out. Buy your tickets at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
This year, TA Appliances and Barbecues is bringing the home show to you virtually and in store. There will be live stream product demos and special home show offers. You may even pay no tax on select brands. See the latest products, including the new Gen Air appliances. Gen Air's amazing and unique features are built in to make it work for you. And right now, TA Appliances, you can save up to 25% on select Gen Air kitchen packages. Home show savings available online and in store till March 21st.
I got it at TA.
Visit TAAppliance.com for a location near you.
680 News Time, 12:41. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here is Christine Lango.
And this report is brought to you by Mr. Lube. One problem on the major routes. It's not even on the major routes. It's sort of near the major routes. On northbound Brant ramp to eastbound QEW, it's partially blocked because of a collision. We have emergency crews and tows on scene. So just watch out for that. It's causing a bit of a visual distraction also if you're on the eastbound QEW traveling past Brant. But no big delays on the major routes around the GTA. Everything looks pretty good this afternoon. Let's hope it stays this way. Queensville Side Road is closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie, and that's because of earlier problems with the hydro pole fire. Drive into Mr. Lube, open every day. Sit back with safe stay-in-your-car services. From warranty-approved oil changes to tires, Mr. Lube, proudly Canadian since 1976. Your next report is at 12:51. Now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
Well, it's shaping up to be a beautiful day across the GTA. But it's the wind that's making it less than perfect because those winds are super strong once you head outside. So if you're thinking about running an errand, make sure you grab that heavier jacket, gloves, probably a good idea as well, because it does feel much colder than it actually is. A guaranteed high +2 today, dropping down to -12 tonight. Those winds start to ease off once we get into the overnight hours. And then for tomorrow, it's a cold start. Kids will need, again, that heavier jacket, but we warm up to 0 as we head throughout the day. Mostly sunny, staying dry, and certainly not as windy tomorrow. Winds only around 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. Right now, it is 1 degree at Pearson, 3 at 680 News. Our guaranteed high today is 2.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. It is 12:43. Longer days are ahead now that we've officially switched to daylight saving time, but both sleep experts and police across the province are reminding you to be careful, as losing that hour can have a significant impact on us both physically and mentally. Duke University sleep expert Jade Wu says evidence shows there are higher numbers of fatal car accidents, heart attacks, and strokes after those time changes happen. She says it also takes effect on people's mental health.
Greater rates of suicidal thoughts and depression symptoms, and even emergency room visits. And I've also heard that the stock market also tends to be more volatile.
Toronto police are also reminding drivers behind the wheel to be careful because a lack of sleep is linked to more collisions. Still to come on 680 News, it's March 14th or 314. We'll tell you the significance of that and why it might make you hungry straight ahead. 680 News Time, 12:44.
And here's a bit of new good news from Honda. Right now at the Dream Garage event, you can lease a 2021 CR-V LX from a new lower payment of just $81 weekly at 2.99% and 0 down, including the new $750 Honda bonus. Wow, that is new. It is good, and it is definitely news. It's new good news from Honda. Includes freight and fees for 60 months. Taxes extra OAC. Appointments may be required in select markets. Start shopping at HondaOntario.com.
Let's spin the wheel. Yes. Yes.
Excitement for the Bigger Spin scratch ticket is great at home.
Big spin.
Not so great at your local pottery class.
Big spin.
Ma'am, your clay's getting airborne.
It's in my hair. Woo!
Play the Bigger Spin instant scratch ticket today. You could win a spin on the Bigger Spin wheel for a guaranteed win up to $1 million.
Toronto's news now. This is 680 News.
Lots of sunshine, 3 degrees, feels like -3 with the wind. Good afternoon, I'm Asher Ross.
I'm Zach Bowden. Here's what you need to know right now.
One booking system for all Ontarians. Starting tomorrow at 8 a.m., residents 80 and over can book an appointment for a COVID-19 vaccine online or over the phone. Even without that system, nearly 42,000 doses of the vaccine were administered across Ontario over the past day. More than 185,000 Ontarians are now considered fully vaccinated. Get ready to see pictures surfacing of packed stateside beaches in the coming days. Spring break is a go in many U.S. states, even though March break in Ontario has been postponed until next month. And both police and sleep experts are reminding you to be extra careful when you're out and about in the coming days, especially out on the roads. They say collisions commonly go up in the days after the time change. 680 News Time, 12:45. Now 680 Sports from Sportsnet, 590 The Fan. Here is Rob Wong.
No rest for the Maple Leafs as they head out to the nation's capital to take on the Senators in Ottawa on the second night of a back-to-back. Toronto looks to get back in the win column this evening after their loss to Winnipeg last night. You can watch it on Sportsnet at 7. Elsewhere in the NHL, we've got 4 other games, including the Wild hosting the Coyotes at 2 on Sportsnet. The Raptors will try to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight when they take on the Bulls in Chicago on the second half of a back-to-back. Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and OG Anunoby are all expected to be out again tonight as they remain in health and safety protocols. Tip off at 9 o'clock on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Alec Manoah gets the start for the Blue Jays this afternoon as they take on the Yankees in Grapefruit League play. George Springer gets the start in right field. First pitch coming up in just a few minutes' time. The Brier will be decided today in Calgary as Kevin Cooey's Wildcard 2 team is waiting in tonight's finals for the winner of this afternoon's semi between Saskatchewan and Alberta. And Lee Westwood sits at 13 under par, 2 shots up on Bryson DeChambeau going into today's final round of the Players' Championship. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 12:47.
Love the thrill of a real mystery? Then you'll love the podcasts available from CBC, like Brainwashed.
Their objective was to wipe my memory.
Evil by Design.
Peter Nygaard is the most prolific sexual offender to date.
Uncover, Escaping Nexium.
What is mind control? Is it possible that someone could control someone else's mind?
And someone knows something.
There was a scream and something like that.
Listen to critically acclaimed true crime podcasts from CBC. Available now on CBC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mazda of Toronto is Ontario's #1 Mazda volume dealer for 7 years in a row, offering the most reliable auto brand in Canada. And now, the Mazda 3 is the AJAC Car of the Year 2 years running. To be the best, it takes a team. And when that team offers the #1 car from the #1 volume dealership, backed by the #1 brand, that's truly a championship team. Get your #1 deal today at Mazda of Toronto on Yonge, just south of Steeles. See MazdaofToronto.com.
680 News Time, 12:48.
Well, Olympic hopefuls are scrambling to get ready for the upcoming Summer Games in Tokyo that were already postponed from a year ago, and one local sailor is looking to beat the odds in order to take part in the 2024 Games. Our Simon Bennett has more.
James Uhas from Oakville is currently in Malta with the hopes of sailing in the 2024 Olympics, but some of his training partners are still trying to get to Tokyo.
From my perspective, if my training partner from India qualifies, then 2 of my full-time training partners here are going to be competing at the Games this summer. And that leaves a big question mark as to whether I'm going to be allowed to go and train with them beforehand, or whether I'm going to need to find other things to do.
Another hurdle, money. It's not cheap to sail in the Olympics. He is constantly fundraising on his website.
It's never cheap, but sailing, especially the equipment, is a big expense on top of everything else.
Uhas hopes he can get much-needed race experience, assuming the World Cup circuit returns next year. I'm Simon Bennett.
You're listening to 680 News at 12:49. Well, fears about the coronavirus, as well as a continued need to self-isolate among older people, is creating a new set of concerns during this pandemic.
Fewer people, especially the elderly, are venturing out because of the pandemic, with some even afraid to go to the doctor or their local pharmacy. It has been noted frequently over the past year that it's affecting people's health, and pharmacists say heading into the third wave of the pandemic, concern continues about the disruption in care, including chronic care treatment. A new survey by Pharmacy finds 1 in 4 are not taking their medication properly, and pharmacist Pratik Sutaria says That can be life-threatening.
There are potentially serious consequences. It could lead to a person's disease like getting worse or even hospitalization in some cases.
Out of the 10,000 respondents to the survey, 26% admitted to not having filled or refilled their prescription. Anyone with a question about their medication is reminded they can make a phone appointment with their doctor or pharmacist. I'm Lisa Grant.
In 60 seconds, we'll check the roads in your extended forecast.
680 news time, 12:50.
At Appliance Canada, we considered our tagline very carefully. For your home, for your life. Your home may need the occasional upgrade or addition. When it does, we are privileged to be part of your life and your warm family hub. A comfortable home is one of life's simplest joys. We hope to fill your kitchen, laundry room, and outdoor space with familiar scents and memories. Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life. A living expression, a lasting impression. Visit our virtual home show at appliancecanada.com.
At the best of times, transit drivers make a tough job look easy. The Amalgamated Transit Union reminds you that your driver manages to safely maneuver an extra-large vehicle through unpredictable traffic, tough weather conditions, and some really tight spaces. Thursday, March 18th is Transit Driver Appreciation Day. This year, more than ever, let's show some appreciation to the transit professionals who have kept this country moving, working on the front lines since the beginning of COVID-19. A special reminder from the Amalgamated Transit Union.
680 news time, 12:51.
Checking your drive, here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz Durham. Our one problem cleared up. It was on the northbound branch ramp to eastbound QEW. That collision has been cleared away. All lanes have been reopened. And I'm having a look at the QEW as you travel through Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga. Everything is wide open. We're also trouble-free on the 404 Don Valley Parkway combination. The Gardner Expressway in good shape as you travel into and out of downtown. Northbound Kipling at Rathburn, there is construction in the left lane. And east and westbound Queensville Side Road closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of a hydro pole fire from earlier. During the Mercedes-Benz Durham Spring event, finance from 0% and get cash credits up to $20,000 on select models, plus special savings on demos at mercedes-benzdurham.com. Your next report is at 1:01. Now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
Well, it's the wind today that's making it not as wonderful of a Sunday as it could be, but still we're dealing with a decent amount of sunshine across the GTA and temperatures above the freezing mark. 2 degrees is a guaranteed high, but with that clear sky, you know what happens? Temperatures will bottom out tonight down to -12, so another taste of winter briefly. Wind chill tonight near -19. Winds will ease after we get past the midnight hour. And then for tomorrow, 0, mostly sunny, keeping things dry across the GTA. Down to -4 for Monday night. Then for Tuesday, 3 degrees, mostly cloudy, some sun, and a chance for a few evening rain and wet snow shower that's not going to accumulate to anything at all. And then for Wednesday, 6 degrees with some sun and a fair amount of cloud cover across the GTA. Right now, it is 1 degree at Pearson, 3 degrees downtown. Our guaranteed high is 2.
Employers wanted. Are you an employer with immediate vacancies but need assistance to find and hire staff? Call the staffing experts. Achieve Employment Services can help you find, hire, and keep your staff. Get access to a full range of recruitment resources, including no-cost job postings and hiring incentives. Register online today at achev.ca/employer. That's achev.ca/employer. Coordinated by Achieve Employment Services and funded by Employment Ontario.
Starting tomorrow, seniors 80 and over can book an appointment for a COVID-19 vaccine all across the province using one system. Ontario is blaming a data catch-up error for a small uptick in the COVID-19 case count today. And we'll have a preview of tonight's Grammy Awards. That's all coming up at the top of the hour.
Always be the first to know. The new 680 News, be the first to know newsletter. Brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers.
The current top 5 stories.
Plus weather and your favorite contests like the 680 News Weather Guarantee.
Twice daily.
Subscribe now at 680news.com/newsletters.
And always be the first to know.
Well, mathematicians all across the world are celebrating Pi Day today. The numbers and the date March 14th, match the first 3 digits of the mathematical constant pi. Now, pi is the symbol used in mathematics to represent a constant, the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter, which is approximately 3.1415926. Pi Day is an annual opportunity for math enthusiasts to recite the infinite digits of pi, talk to their friends about math, as well as to eat pie. It's also an opportunity for news anchors to sound way smarter than they actually are. And also a chance to eat a slice of pie. Coming up in 60 seconds, your business report.
Hey, John, how's your business doing after all the chaos we've had to deal with?
Numero uno.
I thought you said your business needed help getting more customers after COVID.
Numero uno.
What do you mean, numero uno?
I mean, the team at Numero Uno helped turn my business around. With their simple online strategies, I have more leads, more customers, and more sales than ever, even in these trying times.
Sounds like the Numero Uno team really know their stuff. To see how Numero Uno can get your business more customers, visit numerounoweb.com. That's numerounoweb.com.
Are you ready to start shopping in an actual store again? Good news! FactoryDirect.ca is now open for in-store shopping. To celebrate, we're offering Boxing Week quality deals now. Huge savings on top brands like Apple, Dyson, Samsung, and LG. Electronics, TVs, cell phones, notebooks, home and backyard products, all on sale. Shop in-store at one of our 18 Ontario locations or online at FactoryDirect.ca. FactoryDirect.ca. Big brands, real deals, serious savings.
680 News Time, 12:56. Now the business report.
I'm Mike Apple. As high school students look at their next years in college or university, paying the tuition can be a challenge. But there are numerous grants, scholarships, and bursaries available. You just have to know where to look. A website called grantme.ca is a good place to start. Madison Guy is one of the website's co-founders, who says they have 3 goals to their main mission.
The first is that we match students to scholarship opportunities. The second is that we support students with university applications. And then the third and most recent addition to the platform is supporting students with finding their first internship or job.
Guy says as high school students begin the process of what the next stage of their education may be.
Like the easiest way to start that process is to look at what we call affiliation scholarships. So that's like any direct affiliation that you or a family member has. So, you know, if she plays a specific sport, or if she's part of a specific club, or if she's working, or her parents' employers, right? What scholarships are available through those direct affiliations that you have, because often those are going to be like the least competitive scholarships that are available and often aren't well advertised. Like they're not the, $70,000 or $100,000 scholarships that every student knows about and is applying for. Usually every high school or every district is going to have scholarships available. And then the third thing, the final thing is obviously there's major university entrance scholarships available as well.
And scholarships can be applied for before the post-secondary acceptances are received.
I would say like a misconception is that they think that you have to wait until you get accepted or you pick your program to start applying. But I would say like the ideal time if you're a grade 12 student to start applying is really in September. So before you even apply to university, September, October, November, there's another set of major deadlines I would say in the spring. So right around now through to May or early June.
That's Madison Guy, co-founder and chief operating officer of GrantMe.ca. In the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
There's only 1 week left to save big at Food Basics. Until March 17th, 725-gram Honey Nut Cheerios is just $3.67. Now that's what I call a good morning. Only until Wednesday. Food Basics, always more for less.
Businesses that run like clockwork establish routines they trust. That's why over 1 million companies rely on Cintas. We'll help you protect employees and customers with essential safety supplies like face masks, gloves, and thermometers. Hygienically launder your uniforms and keep you well-stocked with the leading hand sanitizers and disinfecting wipes. Learn how Cintas can help you open your doors with confidence. Oh, I'm ready! Visit Cintas.ca and get ready for the workday.
Local news, weather, and traffic as it happens.
680 News.
Checking some regional weather conditions across our listening area. In Newmarket this hour, it's partly cloudy, -1 degree. In Markham, clear sunny sky and 0. Richard Stouffville, clear, -1. In Milton, partly cloudy and 2 degrees. Caledon, partly cloudy, -1. In Brampton, partly cloudy and 0. Over in Oshawa, it is sunny and +1. Pickering, sunny and +1. And right now in downtown Toronto, we got sunshine. It is 3 degrees. It feels like -3 when you factor in the wind, with just a few clouds in the sky and a northwest wind gusting at around 54 kilometers an hour. Madison Fitzpatrick's the afternoon show editor. Julia Rimlessy is at the digital desk, and at the single tone, it is 1 o'clock.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's Sunday, March 14th. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein. And I'm Asher Rod. Here's what's making news right now.
We are ready.
Those words from Premier Doug Ford as the province's online COVID-19 vaccine booking portal and call center are set to launch tomorrow.
In Hamilton, many speaking out about the phone-in vaccine booking system causing seniors to wait longer for their shots.
March break moved in Ontario, but it's a different story down south. There's no restrictions here. Where spring breakers are crowding bars and beaches.
The Grammys are tonight, and it's not going to be another Zoom fest. This is what you want to be watching. A preview of music's biggest night is just ahead.
The Blue Jays are in action right now while the Leafs and Raptors look for bounce backs tonight. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, new data suggests Canada might have avoided the worst-case scenario around debt during the pandemic. We take a closer look at a new report from TransUnion.
680 News Time, 101. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Christine Lango.
This report is brought to you by New Life Fertility Center. I just had a look at the eastbound QEW through Dorval. It looks like we have some debris on the right shoulder. Now, it's not blocking a live lane, but because it is so windy, it looks like it might fly over into one of the lanes. So watch out for these eastbound QEW at Dorval. And it looks like we're starting to fill in here on the eastbound QEW from Royal Windsor to Ford Drive. No other problems on the major routes. Everything is lightly traveled. North of the GTA, east and westbound Queensville Side Road closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of an earlier hydro pole fire. New Life Fertility is now open in Toronto, and to celebrate, they're offering their full IVF package for only $8,800 until May 15th. Register at newlifefertility.com. Your next report is at 1:11. Now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
Yeah, it's that wind out there that's really causing temperatures to feel much colder than they actually are. We're actually above the freezing mark today, but it does not feel that way once you step outside. Temperatures head up to a guaranteed high of 2 degrees. Those winds out of the northwest around 30 to 50 kilometers per hour. Certainly those gusts have been approaching 50, actually exceeding 60 kilometers per hour at times throughout the afternoon. It will remain windy all the way until we get to about midnight. That's when we're dropping all the way down to -12 during the overnight. Winds will be light, but it still will feel like -19 tonight. Right now it's 1 degree at Pearson, 3 at 680 News. Our guaranteed high today is 2.
680 News Time, 1:02.
Well, starting tomorrow morning, Ontarians in their 80s and older can book a COVID-19 vaccine appointment online.
680's Michelle Morton tells us there are 2 ways that you can schedule a shot.
Premier Doug Ford announced the province's online vaccine booking portal and call center will be live at 8 a.m., taking appointments for mass immunization clinics across Ontario. Ford says the province is making steady progress in the vaccination delivery plan.
Today, we're over 1 million doses. Yesterday, we did over 50,000 doses. We are leading the country, bar none, compared to any other province. And make no mistake about this, we are ready. We are ready. We're ready to ramp up immediately to 150,000 vaccinations a day.
But he says more vaccines are needed.
We have the capacity to do 4.8 million in a month. And we have 1.4 million coming in throughout March.
Tonight at 8 o'clock, the City of Toronto's online booking system will be moving offline to allow for the transition to the provincial portal. I'm Michelle Morton.
In the meantime, in Hamilton, residents are speaking out about what they call a flawed COVID-19 vaccine booking system. They say the phone-in system that they have is leaving seniors waiting longer than they should for their shots. Here's Melissa Nicovelli with City News.
Carrie Vanderzandem has been trying to book a COVID-19 vaccine appointment for her 88-year-old grandfather for the last 2 weeks.
Which took me almost 70 tries to get through. And the individual just more or less took his name, his number, and said, there's about 6,000 people in front of you, so it may take up to 2 weeks to get in touch with you.
Until now, Hamilton residents eligible for the shot have had to call into a hotline. That same line was met with an overwhelming amount of calls. The city even temporarily shutting it down this week in an effort to streamline the booking process as it prepares to finally launch a booking website on Monday. A doctor with Hamilton Public Health who has chosen to remain anonymous tells us they're concerned after seeing seniors 80 years and older being turned away, offices empty with the vaccine sitting there unused for days, all because of a phone line booking system they say is impossible to get through. Melissa Nicovelli, City News.
And Ontario is reporting 1,747 new COVID-19 infections today, but health officials do caution today's numbers are higher than expected because of a data catch-up process. 15 new deaths are reported today related to COVID-19, raises the number of Ontarians who have lost their lives to the virus to 7,153. None of those new deaths were reported from long-term care homes. Toronto has the most new cases with 545, followed by Peel Region with 352 and 163 in York Region. The province says it has now administered 1,158,355 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. Just over 158,000 Ontarians are now considered fully vaccinated.
This is All News Radio 680 News. It's 1:06. Well, here in Ontario, March break has been postponed to next month. It's a typical non-pandemic spring break travel scene for Americans with packed airports and beaches. 680's Caitlin Lee joins us live with a look at the U.S. Caitlin.
And Zach, videos of packed streets in Miami Beach as partiers are turfed for bars under curfew. Miami Beach's Mayor Dan Gelber trying to stop things from getting out of control by relying on other bylaws.
We have a mask mandate in my city, but the governor does not allow us to fine anybody for a failure to comply with it.
On top of that, in Texas, on the first day, their mask mandate has been completely lifted. There are early St. Patrick's Day celebrations. This Dallas bar owner telling ABC News business is good.
These guys have been, ramped up for last year. It's hard for you to say that you have to stay 6 feet back. But we're doing our best.
But images of the crowds are sparking backlash on social media. Some commenting this is exactly why they should not be reopening. Watch for the numbers in 2 weeks and the next COVID spike. Health officials in the U.S. also watching warily. Over 68 million Americans have now received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, but CDC guidelines say even if you are fully inoculated, you should be following safety protocol. Here in Ontario, the province has pushed back March break to mid-April in the hopes of stopping unnecessary travel and preventing more contagious COVID-19 variants from spreading even further. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee.
Pharmacists are pointing to another problem as we continue through this pandemic, people not keeping up with their existing health conditions.
Many are so worried about going out in public places these days, they're not refilling their prescriptions. A new PharmaSafe survey of some 10,000 Canadians finds some worrisome results.
1 in 4 people took the medication differently than it was prescribed, or just stop taking the medication without consulting their doctor or pharmacist first.
And pharmacist Pratik Sutaria says as the pandemic drags on, the concern increases.
Concern about continued disruption in usual chronic care treatment. So it's more important than ever for people to take their medications as they are supposed to.
He suggests patients ask for blister packs that organize medications, use watch, phone, or alarm clock reminders, and there's also an app for that. Now, those reluctant to see their doctor or pharmacist can easily make a phone or video appointment. I'm Lisa Grant.
The 63rd Annual Grammy Awards tonight.
Don't show up.
Dua Lipa has been everywhere this year, and she is going into music's biggest night with 6 nominations, tied with Taylor Swift, who may be about to win Album of the Year for a historic 3rd time. 84 coveted gramophones are up for grabs, and Canadians are in the running for more than a quarter of them. But all the buzz is locked on the Canuck, who will not be there. The Weeknd is boycotting the show for good after that total snub, a bold statement amid growing calls for big reforms within the Recording Academy. A black artist hasn't taken home Album of the Year since 2008. Beyonce leads with 9 nominations. If she wins 4, she becomes the most awarded woman in Grammy history. But Queen Bee won't be there either. Word is, she turned it down. The big show is tonight at 8 o'clock. Catch it on City TV. I'm Mitch Burke.
680 News Time 109.
This is 680 News.
It's just common sense. A flexi line by Capital Direct allows you to manage your funds more effectively and gives you that financial peace of mind. Think of it as secured lending so you can do all the things you've been dreaming about, whether it's a basement renovation or taking care of tuition. It's the smart move that allows you to take only what you need when you want it. Whether you could use $50,000 or $1.5 million, that cash is available to you. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL.
And now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro says it's holding at just under $1.29 a liter. Traffic and weather together next. 680 News Time 110.
Throughout this pandemic, nurses and healthcare professionals continue to put themselves in harm's way. You've seen us when we leave for work and come home after a long shift. We're your daughters, your mothers, your brothers and sisters, your fathers, your sons. We're your friends and your neighbors. It's been a long time since you've seen our faces, but we're still here, holding the line. A message from the Ontario Nurses Association.
The Chesterfield Shop. Hi, Steve here from the Chesterfield Shop. After 104 days of being closed, we're now open and having our biggest and best sale of the year, our Boxing Week 2.0 promo, with great savings on everything. So make no mistake, you heard it right. Boxing Week savings in March, only at the Chesterfield Shop.
The Chesterfield Shop, your leather superstar. We're back at all 5 locations with our unbeatable Boxing Week 2.0 seating sale.
680 News Time 111. Traffic and weather together. Here's Christine Lango.
And this report is brought to you by Rudner Law. On the eastbound QEW at Dorval, there's still this debris on the right shoulder. It just looks like a white box, but it could fly into one of those lanes. So please keep your eyes peeled if you're traveling, well, anywhere this afternoon. Eastbound QEW is starting to fill in from Royal Windsor to Ford Drive, but the rest of the routes, the 401, the Don Valley Parkway, the 404, Gardner, they're all looking good. North of the city, east and westbound Queensville Side Road closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of an earlier hydropole fire. Your employment contracts may not be worth the paper they're printed on. Set up a complimentary review of your contracts with Rudner Law. Visit rudnerlaw.ca. Your next report is at 1:21, and now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
And thanks, Christine. Yeah, it's a pretty decent day out there, but it just looks nice. The deceiving thing is that it actually feels much colder once you step outside, and it's courtesy of that wind gusting up to 60 kilometers per hour. But again, a healthy amount of sunshine today, so enjoy the vitamin D, but hope you bundle up to enjoy it, because again, it is feeling much colder with the wind. Temperatures tonight dropping down to -12 with a clear sky, then up to 0 tomorrow, but it will stay dry as well, and we don't have any chance for a little bit of wet weather until we get to Tuesday, so we catch a break there as well. Right now, it is 1 degree at Pearson with winds gusting up to 60 kilometers per hour, and our guaranteed high today, 2 degrees.
680 News Time, 1:13.
Your tax season may look different this year as the COVID-19 pandemic continues. 680's Ronaldo Suarez gets the latest tax with a senior tax expert about COVID benefits, how it may affect your taxes.
Senior tax expert Lisa Giddens says if you receive the Canadian Recovery Benefit and your net income is more than $38,000, you're subject to clawback.
The clawback amounts are added to the tax return as your tax payable, and you're going to pay that amount when you file. Now, the clawback means any benefits that you received, the amount that's over $38,000, 50% of that is clawed back and repaid when you file your tax return.
But she says if you got the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, you won't repay through your tax return.
You will repay directly through the Canada Revenue Agency or Service Canada.
I'm Ronaldo Suarez.
Still to come on 680 News.
A new report says there's no data collection or tracking on employees accused of sexual assault in women's prisons in Canada.
And we're going to look at your top stories in sports coming up.
680 News Time, 1:14.
The Jaguar Impeccable Timing Sales Event is on now, which means it's the perfect time to enjoy exceptional offers on Jaguar vehicles, including the award-winning F-Pace Performance SUV and the powerful F-Type sports car. For a limited time, receive finance rates as low as 0% or savings up to $10,000 on remaining 2020 vehicles. Book your safe contactless appointment today at your local Jaguar authorized retailer. Timing is everything. Offers end March 31st.
This year, TA Appliances and Barbecues is bringing the home show to you virtually and in store. There will be live stream product demos and special home show offers. You may even pay no tax on select brands. Save big on LG appliances like the LG Wash Tower, air fry ranges, and InstaView refrigerators. Add style and functionality and control your appliances from anywhere with an LG Connected Home. Home show savings available online and in store till March 21st.
I got it at TA.
Visit TAAppliance.com for a location near you.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Well, we've got sunshine, a few clouds in the sky. It's 3 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Asher Roth here with the top stories this hour.
The Ford government's online vaccine booking portal launches tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. All Ontario residents 80 years old and older are eligible to schedule a shot. The province has now administered over 1.15 million vaccine doses. Ontario's March break has been pushed back to April in the midst of the pandemic, but in the U.S., air travel hit its highest level since the start of the pandemic on Friday. Busy airports and beaches packed with partying spring breakers, going against the CDC's advice of non-essential travel.
This spot is dedicated to Jamie and Norm.
And now 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Rob Wong.
The final round of the Players' Championship is underway at TPC Sawgrass, although the final pairing won't get going until later on this hour. That is Leigh Westwood and Bryson DeChambeau. Westwood has a 2-shot lead to start the day. This is the second straight week the two men are paired together in the final pairing. Last week, DeChambeau got the best of Westwood by a stroke at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. The Blue Jays are in action right now, continuing their spring against the Yankees. Alek Manoah makes the start. It is the second appearance of spring for him. He was the 11th overall pick in 2019. The Leafs are looking to avoid a second straight loss when they play the Sens tonight. You can watch it on Sportsnet along with Sportsnet Now. Puck drop is set for just after 7. The Raptors are on the road in Chicago tonight for the back half of a back-to-back. Tonight it is a date with the Bulls. You can listen on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Tip-off is set for 9. And there are just 3 teams left at the Brier. First up will be the semifinal between Alberta and Saskatchewan. The winner meets Kevin Cooey in the final tonight. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
Is Hyundai.
Madness? This is March!
This March, get lease rates from 0.9% OAC. Don't pay for 90 days on all models, and the Essential Workers Program has been extended at all 3 Superfan locations. That's not all. The first 50 purchases this March will receive a special prize pack.
Looking for a Hyundai? I'm your guy.
Visit NavBodyIsHyundai.com for details on their Hyundai Advantage sales event.
680 News Time 118.
Some light is being shed on sexual assaults taking place in women's prisons in Canada. In a report by the Globe and Mail, the Correctional Service of Canada does not keep track of sexual assault allegations against their employees. It suggests by not keeping track and collecting data on sexual assaults, it allows a culture of abuse to flourish inside women's prisons. With more here, 680's Jazz Karen Cooner.
In recent years, at least 3 guards have been charged with sex crimes against inmates, including a 57-year-old corrections officer at the Grand Valley Institute for Women in Kitchener. But advocates say more needs to be done to stop the abuse. Jessica Hutchison, a PhD candidate in the Faculty of Social Work at Wilfrid Laurier University, says even something that is protocol like strip searches is sexual abuse.
It's a routine prison practice that doesn't really garner that much attention. We just think it's part of the prison system. I'd like people to really consider what it is. It is the forced removal of clothing and the action, being forced to conduct actions with sexual parts of your body under the threat of consequence.
CSC says they take matters of sexual violence and coercion seriously, and the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers also agrees and says the union does not condemn any form of harassment or assault by its members. I'm Jazz Karen Cooner.
Here with All News Radio 680 News, it's 119. Canada's national police and spy agencies are taking note from Britain as they look to improve on how intelligence is handled.
British intelligence service MI5 and counter-terrorist policing authorities conducted a review following the 2017 terrorist assaults in Manchester and London. The RCMP and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service approached their British counterparts to use their findings to develop an updated national security program to uncover and manage threats. A review of Canadian practices resulted in 76 recommendations, including enhanced cooperation and information sharing in national security probes. From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Emily Javeski.
We're going to look at traffic and your extended forecast together next. 680 News Time 120.
That's the sound of Tim Hortons Roll Up to Win, because this year, every roll wins. So you could win coffee, or donuts, or a Fairmont Hotel getaway, or an all-new Volkswagen Taos. Play today on the Tim Hortons app. No purchase necessary, ends April 4th. Terms apply. Visit rolluptowin.ca for full contest details.
So, how did you sleep last night? Not great? Again? Ditch the tossing and turning for some better sleep with Sleep Great from Healthology. Sleep Great helps speed up the time it takes to fall asleep and is used in herbal medicine as a sleep aid to temporarily promote relaxation. Sleep Great can be found at your local health food store or visit myhealthology.ca for more information. This product may not be right for you. Always read and follow the label.
680 News Time 121. Now traffic and weather together on the ones. Let's check your drive with Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Lexus of Oakville. Well, I've checked all the major routes around the GTA, and the only volume I'm seeing is on the eastbound QEW. It's busy approaching Royal Windsor to Ford Drive, but that's about it. On the eastbound QEW at Dorval, we still have this box, this debris on the right shoulder, not blocking a live lane, but just watch for it. It is quite gusty in some areas, so it might blow into one of these lanes here. No problems on the 401, the 404 Don Valley Parkway combination still moving well north and southbound. Speaking of north of the city, a Queensville side road is closed both ways between 2nd Concession and Leslie. That's where we had a hydro pole fire earlier this morning. For a limited time, lease a 2021 NX300 premium package at 1.9% for 39 months with bi-weekly payments from $208 and delivery credits up to $3,000. Visit lexusofoakville.ca. Your next report is at 1:31. Now with the forecast, here's Carl Lamb.
Gusty winds across the GTA today, and watch out for just that really gusty wind to catch you off guard. If you're going for a walk today, make sure you have that heavier jacket. We're headed up to a guaranteed high of 2 degrees today, down to minus 12 tonight. That's courtesy of that clear sky, and it allows temperatures to bottom out thanks to that radiational cooling, and those winds will start to ease off as well once we get into the overnight. But during the afternoon, winds gusting up to about 60 kilometers per hour. For tomorrow, a cold start to the day, but we head up to 0 by the afternoon, mostly sunny and a low of minus 4. Not as windy, and will stay dry across the GTA, and then our gradual warm-up continues. 3 on Tuesday, 6 on Wednesday. Both days mainly cloudy. We will have some sunny breaks at times, but other than that, we do have the slight chance for a few rain and wet snow showers to pop through, but it's not going to be a significant event. Right now, it is 1 at Pearson, 2 at 680 News. Our guaranteed high today is 2.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
Coming up at 1:30, we'll have the latest on the new vaccination portal being launched by the provincial government starting tomorrow morning. All Ontarians in their 80s and older can book a COVID-19 vaccine appointment online. There are a couple ways to schedule a shot. You can either do it online again, or you can call a number on someone's behalf if they don't have internet access. We'll have all those details straight ahead.
680 News Time, 124.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
To getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680 News gets the answers.
We're in this together.
680 News, working for you.
It's an earlier start to the day for many as we jumped our clocks forward an hour to daylight saving time. Sleep experts are warning of an increase in health problems in the days following that switch to daylight time.
More daylight, yes, but 1 hour less sleep a night has health experts sounding the daylight saving time alarm.
Having more light in the evenings can actually make us more like night owls, biologically speaking. It can make it harder to lose weight.
Duke University sleep expert Dr. Jade Wu says the pitfalls are many.
Greater rates of suicidal thoughts and depression symptoms, and even emergency room visits. And I've also heard that the stock market also tends to be more volatile.
Still changing clocks ahead is a welcome sign spring is on the way. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
And the Federal Emergency Management Agency is being called in to manage the record number of unaccompanied children who are illegally streaming into the U.S. from Mexico.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection says more than 9,400 children crossed the southwest border alone between January and February. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has now directed FEMA to support efforts to safely receive, shelter, and transfer such children. Unaccompanied minors are supposed to be handed over to the Department of Health and Human Services within 3 days, but more children are being held longer at Border Patrol facilities not designed with their care in mind, because HHS's long-term shelters are at capacity, and children are arriving faster than HHS can release them to parents or sponsors already in the U.S. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Make the most out of every hour of sleep with Casper's supremely comfortable mattresses, sheets, and pillows. Setting yourself up for better rest has never been easier. Casper's Daylight Savings Sale is here, and you can save up to 15% on everything you need. Only Casper mattresses are made with up to 86 supportive gel pods to align your spine and eliminate aches and pains. Casper is also the official sleep partner of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Shop the Daylight Savings Sale and enjoy up to 15% off your bedroom essentials at casper.ca. Exclusions may apply. See casper.ca/promo for details and end date.
If you think it's time to get outside, look no further than the 2021 Toyota RAV4. With its refined interior and remarkable fuel economy, you sure can cover a lot of outside, all while remaining safely inside. Lease the 2021 Toyota RAV4 LE all-wheel drive from $88 weekly at 4.99% APR for 48 months with $2,500 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or shop safely at your local Ontario Toyota dealer.
And now the Weekend Business Report.
I'm Chris McCusker. It is possible that Canada has managed to avoid the worst-case scenario around debt during the pandemic. That's one finding in the latest Industry Insights report from TransUnion. Matt Fabian is Director of Research and Consulting.
The highlight of the Q4 report was really that, despite the tremendous economic shock that has been created from COVID and the associated lockdowns, we haven't seen that impact the Canadian consumer credit market as harshly as we thought. And I think part of that has to do with the positive impact we've seen on consumers by both government subsidy and the deferrals that were offered on loans through a lot of lenders and most financial institutions in Canada. That seems to have created a buffer and created some liquidity with consumers that's helped them get through this. And as these deferrals have run off, the expectation was we'd start to see defaults on loans increase as consumers didn't have that payment relief, and we haven't seen it yet.
And something else stood out for you.
Even though we've seen sort of a lull in credit demand, we've seen people starting to pay their debt down a little bit versus taking on additional debt. We've also seen sort of a shift in terms of that credit demand for new products. We've seen for a lot of things like personal loans, credit cards, we've seen that volume of new origination go way down. So consumers aren't looking for that credit right now. And I think that's kind of also shocking to us, given we thought people would be kind of stockpiling credit. And all that's true except for in mortgages. We've seen a huge spike in mortgage growth, and it seems to be the one product that bucked the trend.
Matt Fabian is with TransUnion Canada. And at the Business Centre, I'm Chris McCusker.
Protect yourself, protect your family, and protect the ones around you. SafetyMasks.ca is your one source for personal protective equipment. Now available, a 50-pack of daily protective masks for only $9.95 plus tax. SafetyMasks.ca has everything you need in stock with free next-day shipping, with quick, easy, and convenient PPE solutions sent straight to your door. From safety masks to gloves, hand sanitizer, disinfecting wipes, and gowns. Order online at safetymasks.ca. That's safetymasks.ca.
There are 25 Swedish words for snow. A Volvo is made to withstand all of them. Rigorously tested in Sweden's Arctic Circle, every Volvo is designed to handle even the harshest Canadian winters. So no matter the weather, Volvo's advanced safety technology is designed to help make sure you and your loved ones arrive safe and sound. Lease or finance a Volvo XC40 T5 from 2.9% and save $1,000. Conditions apply. Visit your local GTA Volvo retailer or volvocars.ca.
Right now in downtown Toronto, 3 degrees under a few clouds. It's 1:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
This is Sunday, the 14th of March. Good afternoon. I'm Asher Ross. I'm Zach Bodenstein. Here are the top stories right now.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Or anyone that's born in the year 1941 or older.
The province is taking COVID-19 vaccine appointments.
Ontario says a data catch-up glitch is to blame for an uptick in today's COVID-19 case count. We'll break down those numbers in a moment.
March break postponed in Ontario, but in the U.S.,
So we're worried about the volume of people that are coming.
officials are worried as spring break is in full swing.
It's Grammy night, and the hype is real.
There's going to be musicians performing in ways that you've never seen them.
Everything we know heading into the pandemic-altered show, along with all the controversy.
The Blue Jays spring continues against the Yankees right now, while the Leafs will look for a bounce back in the back half of a back-to-back. Sports at 45. And coming up in business, Fraud Prevention Month continues with more information from a TD Bank survey that shows how real the threat still is for many Canadians.
680 News Time, 1:31. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. And with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports, here's Christine Langos.
Thank you, Asher. This report is brought to you by New Life Fertility Center. I was seeing a little volume here on the northbound Don Valley Parkway from Lawrence to York Mills. Doesn't look to be too bad in southbound Don Valley Parkway, just as you approach Lawrence, but again, not causing a major delay for you at this time. East and westbound 401 across the GTA in quite good shape. And on the eastbound QEW at Dorval, they've cleared that debris away from the shoulder. MTO came and just picked up whatever that was. It looked like a box. On the eastbound QEW, you'll find a delay from east of Trafalgar to Ford Drive. And Queensville Side Road still closed up between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of an earlier pole fire. New Life Fertility is now open in Toronto, and to celebrate, they're offering their full IVF package for only $8,800 until May 15th. Register at newlifefertility.com. Your next report is at 1:41, and now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
Just a really windy day across the GTA. It's certainly deceptively beautiful. Once you look out your window, it looks great. You step outside, doesn't feel great, but certainly not bad as temperatures are above the freezing mark today. We're headed up to a guaranteed high of 2 degrees, and then we drop down to -4 during the evening, and then -12 during the overnight. With the wind, it's going to feel closer to -19. So there's that taste of winter, but we will start a warming trend beginning on Monday, and it continues all the way into next weekend. Right now, it is 1 degree at Pearson, 2 at 680 News. Our guaranteed high today is 2.
680 News Time, 1:33. Set your alarm, and of course, make sure you moved your alarm clock forward an hour. Starting tomorrow morning, Ontarians 80 and over can book a COVID-19 vaccination appointment online or over the phone. 680's Michelle Morton now joins us with the latest from the Premier.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, the province's COVID-19 vaccine booking portal will be open for residents 80 years and older, and for loved ones booking appointments for those in the Phase 2 priority group. A second option for booking is the provincial vaccine information line number. Retired General Rick Hillier is the head of Ontario's vaccine effort.
We've gone to great lengths on that second part, particularly the customer service desk, the call center, to make sure it is robust. We've got more than 2,200 operators that will be on that center tomorrow, ready to answer calls somewhere around the capacity of 10,000 calls per hour.
Meanwhile, Premier Ford says the province is ready to ramp up vaccinations to 150,000 a day, but more vaccines are needed. The City of Toronto's online booking system will be moving offline tonight at 8 o'clock to allow for the transition to the provincial portal. I'm Michelle Morton.
And Ontario is reporting 15 additional COVID-19 related deaths and more than 1,700 new infections. But health officials do caution that today's case count is higher than expected because of a data catch-up in the system. 1,747 new cases were confirmed. Toronto has the most of them at 545, Peel Region with 352, and 163 confirmed in York Region. Health officials say more than 47,600 tests were completed over the past day with a positivity rate of 3.1%.
680 News Time, 1:35. Despite reports of people vaccine shopping or still not wanting to believe that COVID is real, as 680's Jessica Goose reports, new polling suggests most Canadians remain confident in the shot.
Perhaps you think the federal government rushed things, or maybe you think they didn't take enough time. A new poll by Abacus Data finds 1 in 5 people don't expect to have access to any vaccine until next year. Of the 2,000 people surveyed, 62% say they've already been vaccinated or that they would get the shot as soon as possible. Meantime, 40% say they're most comfortable with the Pfizer shot, while just 23% are in favor of the AstraZeneca shot. I'm Jessica Goose.
680 News Time, 1:35. While March break here in Ontario has been postponed until next month, spring break is a go south of the border, and airports are getting busier, even as Americans are advised against non-essential travel. 680's Caitlin Lee joins us live with more from south of the border. Caitlin.
Yeah, Asher, U.S. air travel hit its highest level since the start of the pandemic on Friday. Spring breakers flocking to Florida this weekend. Videos circulating of bumping beats and packed beaches. Now, some people are wearing face coverings, some not. While it's a requirement to wear masks in public in Miami Beach, state rules make it impossible to fine anyone for failing to do so.
There's no restrictions here, or at least people don't.
Miami Beach Mayor Dan Galbert tells ABC News they're doing what they can to make sure people are behaving themselves.
We definitely don't want people coming here thinking that this is the place to let loose because you've been cooped up for a year. If that's what you think you're going to do, as that notice says, you're going to have a very, very bad vacation.
And while they have been enforcing curfews and noise bylaws, you still see a lot of crowds. He's worried about the volume of people coming while vaccination is ramped up much faster in the U.S. than here. Experts still say it's way too early to be letting down guards. Here in Ontario, March break has been postponed until mid-April in an effort to stop the spread of COVID-19 variants and discourage travel. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee.
680 News Time, 1:37. Now that tax season is upon us, there's still some confusion about what happens if you receive the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. 680's Ronaldo Suarez has more from a tax expert.
The big question for many is, will you have to repay CERB? The short answer, yes, but not through your tax return.
You will repay
directly through the Canada Revenue Agency or Service Canada.
Senior tax expert with H&R Block, Lisa Giddens, says CRA or Service Canada will tell you how much you need to pay and the methods available. But if you received any benefit other than CERB, it's a different story.
Your net income is more than $38,000. You are subject to clawback. And yes, the clawback amounts are added to the tax return as your tax payable. And you're going to pay that amount when you file.
Again, it also adds that the deadline to file your taxes is still April 21st. You're listening to All News Radio. This is 680 News at 1:38. Well, the 63rd annual edition of the Grammys kicks off in Los Angeles tonight. And as 680's Mitch Burke tells us, there's lots of hype and also lots of controversy, as usual.
The pandemic-altered Grammys are getting set to take over downtown LA instead of the Staples Center. Host Trevor Noah with what we can expect.
Dua Lipa's performing like next to Bad Bunny, and then like the baby's like performing next to them. It's like a jam session made for you at home.
Billie Eilish, Haim, and Taylor Swift are just some of the big performers. Swift could be the first woman to win Album of the Year 3 times. We know who's not going to be there. The Weeknd is boycotting the show for good after he was totally snubbed. Producers are promising to address long-standing accusations of racial bias within the Recording Academy. Beyoncé could also become the most awarded woman in Grammy history if she wins 4 of the 9 Gramophones she's up for tonight, but she won't be there either. The big show is tonight at 8 o'clock on City TV. I'm Mitch Burke.
We'll check your gas prices next. 680 News Time, 1:39.
It takes more than a fresh coat of paint. When you're selling your house, you need to stage it just right. Store your valuables with Access Storage and showcase all the beautiful spaces in your home. Whether you're downsizing, upsizing, or moving into your dream home, Access Storage has short-term or long-term storage solutions ready for you. They're flexible, so you can be too. Whatever transition you're going through, Access Storage has over 100 stores conveniently located near you. Shop Canadian, store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro predicts the price of gas will not change at midnight. It will hold at just under $1.29 a liter. And a heads up for Subway riders, there is no Subway service on the Yonge portion of Line 1 today between Shepherd Yonge and Bloor Yonge stations. It's for signal upgrades. Shuttle buses are running. Regular service resumes tomorrow morning. We'll check traffic and weather next.
Love the thrill of a real mystery? Then you'll love the podcasts available from CBC, like Brainwashed.
Their objective was to wipe my memory.
Evil by Design.
Peter Nygaard is the most prolific sexual offender to date.
Uncover, Escaping Nexium.
What is mind control? Was it possible that someone could control someone else's mind?
And someone knows something.
There was a scream in the film like that.
Listen to critically acclaimed true crime podcasts from CBC. Available now on CBC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you run a business, you run with unknowns. You run with quick decisions and plans made up along the way. You run a path only you create. And when you find the right tools, the future is yours to shape. From payments to point of sale, shape the future of your business at square.ca. Square, the shape of things to come.
680 News Time, 1:41. Checking your drive. It's Christine Lagos.
And this report is brought to you by Bosch. Well, only one delay on the major routes right now. It's on the eastbound QEW. It's busy from east of Trafalgar to Ford Drive because that new ramp realignment. I don't expect this volume to disappear anytime soon. And no other problems or issues on the 401. From time to time, I'll see a little bit of volume on the northbound Don Valley Parkway through Lawrence. But at this moment right now, it's in pretty good shape. East and westbound Queensville Side Road closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of a hydro pole fire from this morning. And eastbound and westbound Finch between Martin Grove and Islington down to a single lane for long-term construction. Love the German engineering of Bosch appliances. Get instant rebates of up to $2,300 on quality Bosch appliances. See Kaplan's Appliances for details. Your next report is at 1:51. Now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
Well, the winds are just not quitting today. They are sustained between 30 to 50 kilometers per hour. and those gusts have been up to about 60 kilometers per hour. So it doesn't feel all that great once you step outside. It is definitely one of those days where you stay inside and you admire how wonderful the conditions are outside. But again, a much different story once you actually head outside. So bundle up. It feels like -7, so that should give you a sign of how windy it is. Temperatures head up to that guaranteed high of 2 degrees today. -4 during the evening, but with easing winds and clear sky, it allows us to bottom out at -12 tonight, and then winds again diminish during the overnight. Tomorrow, 0 will be the high, mostly sunny, dry, and not as windy. Right now, it is 1 degree at Pearson, 2 downtown. Our guaranteed high is 2.
680 news time, 1:43. Well, it turns out springing the clock forward as we did this morning can actually slow us down.
Daylight savings means brighter days ahead, but there's also a dark side. Duke University sleep expert Dr. Jade Wu explains.
Health problems and performance problems are in part due to us losing hours of sleep in the few days following the transition.
Wu says a sudden disruption to our sleep stresses how we function.
After we transition to daylight saving time, there are actually higher numbers of fatal car accidents, heart attacks, and strokes.
Wu also says more emergency room visits and more volatility in the stock market are possible side effects. Yuni Han, ABC News.
680 news time, 1:44. We'll check your top stories in sports in 60 seconds.
COVID continues to be a threat. Bergmanis Prayer supports frontline initiatives and reminds you to be safe. If you've been injured due to slip and falls, careless drivers, or if your insurance company has failed to honor its obligations to you, Bergmanis Prayer offers skilled and compassionate legal services and free, no-obligation consultations by phone or video 24/7. You are not alone. Bergmanis Prayer personal injury lawyers. You focus on getting better, we'll do the rest. Visit us at bplawyers.ca.
Now is the time to put a piece of Israel in your investment portfolio. Israel bonds are now paying up to 3.61% in Canadian dollars, subject to conditions. Israel bonds are sold in Canada by Canada Israel Securities Limited, a registered exempt market dealer. Diversify your TFSA with Israel bonds. Rates as high as 3.61% are available until March 14th. Call Israel bonds today at 416-789-3351 or visit israelbonds.ca.
Toronto's news now. This is 680 News.
Lots of sunshine, 2 degrees. Feels like -4 in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon. I'm Asher Rye.
And I'm Zach Bodenstein. Here are the top stories this hour.
Starting tomorrow at 8 a.m., all Ontarians born in 1941 or prior can book an appointment for a COVID-19 vaccine online or over the phone. This includes residents who turn 80 later on this year. That announcement coming as Ontario confirms 15 new COVID-related deaths and 1,747 new infections. That uptick being blamed on a data catch-up process in the province's data collection system. March break may be postponed until next month for Ontarians, but airports south of the border are packed as spring break gets underway, and it's the biggest night on the music calendar, the 63rd edition of the Grammys, coming up this evening, and you can watch it on City. Now 680 Sports from Sportsnet, 590 The Fan. Here is Brent Gunning.
The final round is underway at the Players' Championship. Leader Lee Westwood will get going in the final pairing in about 5 minutes' time. Westwood has a 2-shot lead on Bryson DeChambeau. This will be the second straight week the two men have made up the final pair. Last week it was DeChambeau getting the best of Westwood by a stroke. The Blue Jays in action right now against the Yankees, and they get on the board first. But the story of the day is Alek Manoah. He makes the start, striking out 5 so far in his 2 innings of work. The Leafs will be in action later tonight. It is a 7 o'clock start against the Sens in Ottawa. You can watch it on Sportsnet, find it as well on Sportsnet. Now, the Leafs are looking to avoid a second straight loss after falling to the Jets 5-2 last night at home. The Raptors will once again be shorthanded against the Bulls in Chicago. 5 players are missing, including Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, and OG Anunoby. You can listen to the Raptors and Bulls on Sportsnet, 590 The Fan. Tip-off is set for 9. Both teams are riding losing streaks. The Bulls have dropped 2 straight, while the Raptors are looking to avoid a 5th straight loss. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time 147.
This year, TA Appliances and Barbecues is bringing the home show to you virtually and in store. There will be live stream product demos and special home show offers. You may even pay no tax on select brands. Right now, you can save over $11,000. Plus, get a bonus 5-year warranty on your Thermador Culinary Suite with Home Connect. Thermador luxury appliances are exceptional from the inside out. Take advantage of home show savings online and in store till March 21st.
I got it at TA.
Visit TAAppliance.com for a location near you. This Leaf season on Sportsnet, it's on. Well, want to see a filthy Matthew Snipe with the latest silky play from Mark? Get your highlights on the Sportsnet app. You want games, news, and analysis? Turn on the TV or radio. It's on Sportsnet. Pre-game and post-game, it's on Hockey Central. How about some tasty Leafs content? It's on Sportsnet, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. If it's Leafs, it's on Sportsnet. Sportsnet.
680 News Time 148. Sexual assault allegations at women's prisons across this country are not being taken seriously. This according to a report from the Globe and Mail, which says Correctional Service of Canada does not track or collect data on sexual abuse. 680's Jess Karen Cooner explains.
Advocates say there is a power dynamic within prisons between guards and prisoners, and this leads to women not being believed when they report instances of sexual abuse. Jessica Hutchison, a PhD candidate in the Faculty of Social Work at Wilfrid Laurier University, says the Prison Rape Elimination Act in the U.S. that was created to support a zero-tolerance standard for rape has not done anything to fix the problem. She says we need to get rid of the institution completely.
We actually need to decarcerate women, meaning let's bring them out of prison into the community. And we actually need to abolish prisons themselves because they are just places that are inherently violent, and particularly sexually violent against women.
CSC, along with the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, say they condemn any form of harassment or assault by its workers and take matters of sexual violence and coercion very seriously. I'm Jess Karen Cooner.
You're listening to 680 News. An awareness campaign has been launched calling for more to be done to protect Indigenous women.
We have Conservatives who are still in denial of the gravity of this. We have a Liberal government who made a lot of promises on this being the most important relationship to them, but we still don't see movement.
In 2019, the final report on the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada put forth 231 calls to justice.
Here we are, post-inquiry, 231 calls to justice and still no action plan on implementation.
The event, called MMIW Takes Back Canada, is being held virtually. The video portion won't be open to the public.
Unfortunately, with every Indigenous related subject, we get nothing but hateful trolls.
Many people joining in, some using social media to create awareness in creative ways. In Calgary, Taylor Broad, City News.
In 60 seconds, Christine will check your drive. Carl Lamb will have your extended forecast. And coming up after that, we'll have more on first responders who were honored last night at Scotiabank Arena. 680 News Time 150.
Are you ready to start shopping in an actual store again? Good news! FactoryDirect.ca is now open for in-store shopping. To celebrate, we're offering Boxing Week quality deals now. Huge savings on top brands like Apple, Dyson, Samsung, and LG. Electronics, TVs, cell phones, notebooks, home and backyard products, all on sale. Shop in-store at one of our 18 Ontario locations or online at FactoryDirect.ca. FactoryDirect.ca. Big brands, real deals, serious savings.
That's the sound of Tim Hortons Roll Up to Win. Because this year, every roll wins. So you could win coffee, or donuts, or a Fairmont Hotel getaway, or an all-new Volkswagen Taos. Play today on the Tim Hortons app. No purchase necessary, ends April 4th. Terms apply. Visit rolluptowin.ca for full contest details.
680 News Time 151. Traffic and weather together, Christine.
This report is brought to you by Boundary Wise. Well, not much doing on the major routes around the GTA. Everything is pretty quiet, although we do have a bit of volume on the eastbound QEW. It's busy from Trafalgar to Ford Drive. By the time you get to the eastbound Gardner, though, everything is moving well into downtown. With construction northbound Kipling at Rathburn, left lane is blocked. Single lane construction is affecting east and westbound Finch between Martin Grove and Islington. And Queensville Side Road is still closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of a hydro pool fire from this morning. online. Whether you're looking or listing, credentials matter. Go with a BoundaryWise accredited agent. Make sure your agent is BoundaryWise. Visit boundarywise.ca. Your next report is at 2:01. Now with the forecast, meteorologist Carl Lamb.
Well, today is certainly a beautiful day outside, but, once you step outside, you're going to really feel that wintry chill as we have really strong winds today. Out of the northwest, that cold front swept through earlier today and moved that wind direction to the northwest, and those winds gusting up to 60 kilometers per hour. So +1 feels like -7 right now out at Pearson. And once we head into the evening hours, winds still with us, but they'll die down during the overnight. So -4 is our evening temperature. -12 tonight will feel more like -19. And then as we start the day tomorrow, very cold to start, but then we'll warm up to 0 with mostly sunny conditions and not as windy tomorrow as well. And then 3 for Tuesday, mainly cloudy, some sun, and the chance for a few rain and wet snow showers in the evening. And then we head into Wednesday, some sun, mainly cloudy, and 6 degrees will be the high. Right now it is 1 at Pearson, 2 at 680 News. Our guaranteed high today, 2 degrees.
Bernie HomeSafe is your trusted residential electrical contractor in the GTA. Is the electrical wiring in your home safe? Do you have old knob and tube aluminum or unsafe messy wiring? Electrical hazards are a leading cause of home fires. Bernie HomeSafe's highly trained electricians specialize in identifying and repairing electrical hazards in your home. Sign up for a Bernie HomeSafe electrical inspection today and make sure your home and family are safe. Book your no-charge assessment at ismyhomesafe.ca. COVID-19 protocols in place.
Premier Doug Ford says the province's new COVID-19 vaccination booking system will be ready to go starting at 8 a.m. We'll tell you who will be eligible and how they can use it straight ahead.
This is 680 News.
News is always changing. Now more than ever.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
Ask to play us on your smart speaker.
Well, the Maple Leafs honored first responders last night, even as they fell to the Winnipeg Jets. 680's Enrique Amaturo has more.
The Maple Leafs recognizing Toronto police, paramedics, and firefighters.
A night where we honor the brave men and women who are the first on the scene. They keep us safe, help us in our times of need, and serve our community.
The team taking time out before last night's game against Winnipeg to honor frontline workers. They took to Twitter to write they're proud to recognize 3 community heroes and thank them for their service. Fire Captain Pat Howlett, paramedic Mark Feldberg, and police constable Jason Jones were recognized as part of the pre-game video presentation. They were honored and chosen by their organization because they represent dedication and commitment to their community. The team thanking them for all they've done and all they continue to do. I'm Enrique Amaturo.
We will take you to the business center in 1 minute.
680 News Time 155.
Spring is in the air, so why not put some spring in your step with Healthy Planet? Healthy Planet is your essential source for high-quality vitamins, sports nutrition, and more. Now through April 14th, save on tons of items, including 25% off Now Essential Oils, all kinds, and Can Prep Cold Pro Formula, 90 veggie caps. Buy one, get one free. Healthy Planet, serving you safely in-store, curbside, and online at healthyplanetcanada.com. Live life healthy.
Express your home in a whole new way with KitchenAid appliances and 8 thoughtful colors for less. Until March 31st at Appliance Canada, cook up the savings with KitchenAid during the Buy More, Save More event. Buy 3 qualifying appliances and save $300. Buy 4, save $500. Buy 5 or more, save $750. Plus, get accents to mix and match. Appliance Canada, yet another way we are here for your home, for your life. Visit appliancecanada.com.
680 News Time 156. Now the 680 News Business Report.
I'm Stuart McGinn. We've been learning more about fraud in Canada as March is Fraud Prevention Month, and TD Bank's now out with a new survey illustrating the risk and worries Canadians continue to deal with. I got a breakdown of these survey results from Mohammed Manji, the Vice President of TD Bank's Financial Crimes and Fraud Management Group.
Over 78% of Canadians have reported that they have been targeted of at least one type of attempted fraud in the past year. Being socially isolated during the pandemic has created that sense of vulnerability. And to add to that, many have suffered financial difficulty or loss of job that adds to that vulnerability.
Manji says numbers from the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre continue to show this risk isn't something to ignore just because it hasn't happened to you.
That's just the first 31 days of the year. Over 10 million has already been lost to fraud, with over 3,000 Canadians already fallen victim. Over 84% of Canadians are feeling that they are isolated, and that creates more sense of vulnerability to fraud.
Isolation driven by pandemic lockdowns has changed the ways and how often Canadians are being targeted by fraudsters, but there's also been a shift in confidence.
15% of the respondents do pay attention to the media information from the bank and believe themselves to be well informed. Over 78% respond that they would not give personal information to someone who calls and claims to be from their credit card company, their bank, or Revenue Canada.
Manji says that follows along some key advice the bank gives and ways you can protect yourself.
Pay regular attention to the transaction activity in your accounts. Use unique and strong passwords and never share your password or PIN numbers. Don't share personal information or send money to anybody you don't know in real life. And finally, take advantage of the resources that are out there to educate yourself.
That's Mohammed Manji, the Vice President of TD Bank's Financial Crimes and Fraud Management Group. And at the Business Center, I'm Stuart McGinn.
I'm so over this. I don't even know anyone who's had COVID-19. And it's not like I'm at risk. We don't see many people, just a few neighbors and close friends. It's fine. We wear a mask and everything. We're really careful.
Excuses won't stop the spread of the deadly COVID-19 virus. Until we all get the vaccine, stay home as much as possible. Visit ontario.ca/COVID-19 for more information. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci, and I'm excited to share we now offer plant-based pepperoni. We call it Planteroni. If you're looking for flavor, try one of our delicious plant-based creations. Make it all vegan with our dairy-free cheese and taste the plant-based difference.
Checking some regional weather conditions across our listening area. In Markham, we have sunshine and 0. Hamilton, partly cloudy conditions, 3 degrees this hour. Cambridge, partly cloudy, +1. In St. Catharines, we have sunshine and 2 degrees. Over in Oshawa, it is sunny and 0. Pickering, sunny and 0 as well. In Uxbridge, sunshine, -2 degrees. And right now in downtown Toronto, it is sunny, just a few clouds in the sky, 2 degrees, -4. Northwest wind blowing at around 30 kilometers an hour. Madison Fitzpatrick's our editor today. Julie Arumasi is at the digital desk. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 2 o'clock.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Good afternoon. It's Sunday, March 14th. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
I'm Asher Roth. Here's what's making news right now.
The province is set to launch its COVID-19 vaccine booking portal and call center tomorrow.
We need to take care of our elderly first.
Ontario is reporting over 1,700 cases of COVID-19, but that includes a catch-up in data.
Ontario has opted for a mid-April vacation, but in Florida,
You know the risk of you coming out here.
packed beaches as Americans go full steam ahead with spring break.
Is Queen Bee about to become Queen of the Grammys? We've got a preview along with the cloud of controversy looming over music's biggest night.
The leader is off in the final round of the Players' Championship. Well, the Blue Jays are in action right now. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, time to start thinking about your 2020 tax return. We're talking to an expert about how to properly claim work and home expenses and some of the other important tips to keep in mind when filing this year.
680 News Time 2:01. Traffic and weather together. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Mark Feldstein and Associates. I'm just looking at a bit of volume on the eastbound QEW from Trafalgar to Ford Drive and northbound Don Valley Parkway. A bit busy from Lawrence to York Mills, but overall not doing too poorly. Southbound 404 Don Valley is in good shape, and we're trouble-free on the 401 across the GTA. Southbound Church, south of Richmond, broken water main in the right lane. They're still repairing that. And Queens Marksville side road is still closed between 2nd Concession and Leslie because of an earlier hydro pole fire. For all your personal and corporate tax accounting needs, call Mark Feldstein and Associates, Chartered Professional Accountants. Visit markfeldstein.ca, markfeldstein.ca. Your next report is at 2:11, and now with the forecast, here is Carl Lamb.
It certainly is a beautiful looking day outside, but the key word there is beautiful looking. Once you embrace the elements, you're going to notice that it feels a lot colder. So temperatures right now above freezing, feels